Hello, how are we? Hope you're all doing well today. What we got? Who's in the chat? Hello, Just Jugs. See you all soon. Bud Daza, how we doing, fella? Afternoon to you, bud. Please welcome everyone from Sarah P. Please hit the like and subscribe on the way in. I appreciate it. Rhonda, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you as always. Hope you're doing well. Right, where's the poll gone? I've lost the poll or something. Bye bye. Most of you think it's going to be done today, which is good. Hang on, let me just mute Bex. I'll be there now. So, hope you're doing well, Bex. Nice to see you. Good morning, party people. Good morning to you. Hello, Jacqueline Flynn, Morgan. Long time no see. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. As always, hope you're doing well. Andriel, nice to see you, my darling. Hope you're well as well. The jury have been deliberating. The jury have started deliberating around just after 9, I believe. So they are there, ready and waiting. So just so you're aware of that, the court never went live for it, so they just went straight into deliberations without going live. So yeah, let me share this stream onto Twitter, X. I'll do that. Done. Shared it. Happy days. There you go. That's what I was trying to do. Done. Dun dun dun. What's happening then? What is happening? If your workers melted was on trial, how would you? Oh, that's a tough one because I've not looked at it in terms of that at all. I've not looked at that. I genuinely don't know if he would be or not. We might do that poll later, Andriel. But I do wonder how long they'll be today deliberate. It's scary because I'm still seeing people on Twitter when I'm searching for Edrick Faust stuff who are like, well, he's obviously guilty because of the DNA, and they just can't get past that. You got such things as trace DNA and all sorts of DNA. They just can't get past it. They're just like, well, his DNA's on it, so explain that. So he's guilty. And unfortunately, I think that's the world we live in, and unfortunately, that could hinder this trial. So it's like if we had a good judge, not this judge, but I mean a good judge, you'd be tempted to go on bench trial for this because a bench trial means that the judge has to go by the law. Judge understands what DNA is. Judge would have to go through everything. So, hello, Sherry Berry. Not seen you for ages. Hope you're doing well as well. Work is messing with my trial. Don't worry, my darling. It's fine. A judge can see through the bullshit. The judge knows a lot more than what the jury do. So in some cases, rare cases, but some cases, and I believe this is one of those cases, where a bench trial would have been better, but obviously not with this judge. You can't have a bench trial with this judge. No frigging way. But if you've got a good, decent judge, then I would have said a bench trial is probably better for this kind of case, because the lay person, the people like you and me, they don't watch trials, and lots of people are so hooked up on the DNA, they can't get over anything else. It's like, explain to me the DNA then. It's like, I don't need to. That's not the law. The law is you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did it, and I don't believe they did. How about you show me where he burglarized everything? How about you show me where his hairs were? How about you show me where his fingerprints were? How about you show me how he broke into the house then? Because there's no signs of a break-in. How about you show me where the missing evidence is then? So it's just like, that's why it's a little bit frustrating, this trial. I just don't believe that a lot of people, lay people, can get past the DNA. They hear DNA and they think that's it. But there's such things as trace DNA and other sorts of DNA. There's no sperm DNA in this one. So it's like, morning, Jonathan. How are you? I try and avoid it, Sherry. I try and avoid Twitter because I think it's accessible. But I do search for Edrick Faust, and I get to see some stuff there. But I try and keep away from it. I just think it's such a toxic. Um, but I also appreciate that lots of people like the drama and like it, and it's just not for me anymore. I mean, a few years ago maybe, but I've grown up since then, so not for me. Morning, hot mama. Josie, I'm if they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely. Sarapi, 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 P, 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 Sarapi, Sarapi, Sarapi is not lovely. Joking, she's lovely. X is very toxic sometimes. Very, at the minute, is very toxic, and I understand if you enjoy drama and stuff like that, and if it's your team that's bashing other people, you love it. But yeah, I don't go on it for now. It just makes me sad that a lot of people I like bashing heads against each other and doxing each other and stuff like that. So I don't like it. Um, so please make sure you like the stream to help out the channel. Thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, I only want to post this stream. Thank you, Badazza. Anal DNA and knuckles are enough for me unless he can prove aliens abducted him the day before. So, and that's the thing. That's why the people keep saying that he's guilty. Well, what about Chris Melton then? He said he didn't sleep with her for like 10 days, then also there was 5 days, and then we hear that his DNA is in her anus and it doesn't last more than 3 days. So explain that one then. I don't. Sarapi, for one, Sarapi speaking says, I don't have the energy for that kind of drama anymore. Same here. Same here. Good luck to you all. I mean, I understand it brings views, and I understand that, you become popular if whether you got a channel or not, if you are on certain sides, but yeah. Good luck to you all. I've no desire anymore. And don't get me wrong, I've been there, done that. I've been involved in drama. I've been on both sides. Um, but yeah, I've told everyone who I like and who I don't like. So fuck them. Bardaza, no surprise there. Bardaza, what's he done now? This trial screams of undeniable failures from the original investigation prosecution. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't even watch Corn, and I can't even get YouTube to quit advertising Grindr and creepy AI girlfriends for me. Well, it's because you've been dating so much, Jonathan. You've been dating the Amish community so much. You've run out of people. So they're like, oh, you might need more men, Jonathan, so we're going to give you Grindr. Sorry, just a reminder, they are deliberating right now, so. They are in deliberating. The court never went live, so we didn't get to hear it. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Put the Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Right, let's go this one. Jury started deliberating 29 minutes ago. Oh, well, more than that probably now, but. Beep, beep, beep. Let's see if there's any other updates out there. See, thank you, Badaza. Okay. Sarah is like me, zero energy for childish drama for anything. Good morning, Lady Di. Hope you're feeling better. I only took the piss out of you a couple times yesterday, not too much, but I hope you are feeling better. and you were missed in chat. Your grouchy presence was missed. But yeah, I hope you feel a lot better, Lady Di. If you take a day off the chat again today, I'm not going to complain. But, you know, heathen algorithms. I don't mind them not looking so. A flash keeps me happy. Oh, jeepers. I still look and feel like ass. Well, you are an ass, so that makes sense. But only an ass to me, that's the only thing. I am kidding. I hope you do feel better, Lady Di. Soon, as I say, take it easy until you do feel better. Don't try and do too much. Ugh. It is his fault. I'm just trying to look. Right, let's play some stuff from the court, shall we? Azerbaijan. So this is actually, I haven't seen this bit before, but I'll show it here just because, why not? So, I haven't seen this before, but
the search for
this is his first appearance in court. So hang on, let me make myself a little bit smaller. Oh shit, what was that? I don't know what that is, but it's gone smaller, whatever it is. Webcam. There you go. There I am. Oh shit, done it again. I'm grabbing something. I don't know what I'm grabbing. Grab. There you go. I'm up there now. Make myself smaller. So this is his first ever appearance in court.
the search for a suspected killer in decades in a cold case comes to an end. 23 years after the death of a UGA law student, police have now arrested her accused killer. Good afternoon, and thanks so much for joining us for Fox 5 News at Forum. Christine Spiro. Firefighters found the body of 23-year-old Tara Louise Baker in her burned...
Good morning, Dave. How are you? Blue collar Dave. Hello, sir. Hello, Rhonda, my darling. Nice to see you, as always, my darling.
Athens apartment in January of 2001. Fox 5's Kim Leffler joins us from GBI headquarters with more on this major development. So, Kim, have you heard from Tara's family about this news, and what are they saying?
Well, in a statement, Tara's family says they're grateful for law enforcement's efforts all these years later, as well as the community's support. Now, this comes as we're learning more about Tara's accused killer's criminal history. An Athens Clark County judge denied bond Friday morning for 48-year-old Edrick Faust. He faces several charges, including murder, concealing a death, arson, and aggravated sodomy in connection to the death of 23-year-old Tara Baker. Arrest warrants obtained by Fox 5 claim Tara died of strangulation, stab wounds to the neck, and blunt force trauma to the head. Faust has dozens of arrests documented in Athens Clark County. According to court records, less than a month after Tara was killed in 2001, Faust was arrested and pleaded guilty to aggravated assault for cutting someone's neck. Faust's arrest comes just months after the GBI partnered with Athens Clark County Police to review Tara's case in September of last year.
Today is not necessarily a celebration, but it is certainly a moment of gratitude, right? Because this is the first step in justice for Tara, which is exactly what we've been advocating for.
Cameron J. Harrelson has followed Tara's case for years on his Classic City Crime podcast. He helped push lawmakers to pass the Cameron Baker Act last year, which set up a 10-agent unit to solve cold cases. He's also been in close touch with Tara's family.
Their hearts are filled with gratitude, but their hearts are also breaking. With this news, of course, comes the realization that, yes, someone will be ultimately held accountable for Tara's death. But also with this news comes the fact that they will now learn the real truth of what happened 23 years ago.
Well, the GBI hasn't said exactly what sort of evidence led to this arrest. Harrelson hopes Tara's case gives other families of cold case victims hope that justice can still be served.
If we put time, effort, money, people, and resources into looking back at these old cases, we not only are going to bring justice for victims, but we're going to make sure that violent criminals are held accountable.
Now, we will hear from the GBI next week about exactly how they were able to tie Faust to Tara's case. A member of her family did tell our crews at the courthouse this morning that they hope law enforcement have arrested the right man. Live this afternoon in DeKalb County, Kim Leffler, Fox 5 News.
So they hope that they arrested the right man. Well, let me tell you, after seeing this trial, I hope that they have got lots of questions about all of this. Shame on them. So right, let's listen to a little bit of testimony then. This is the state's own forensic expert. If you remember, this is the oh shit, hang on, ungroup. This is the state's forensic expert. Let me put that there. Let's listen to the, because that's a podcast that thinks Chris is innocent, correct? Yes, I believe so, Lady Di. I believe so. Yes, I believe so. I mean, I don't put any credence on any of that stuff because they're obviously full of shit. So, but yeah, I believe so, Lady Di. Right, let's listen to this test because you don't remember how important some of this testimony is until afterwards, So I wanted to go through some of the key testimony. So this is the first one. This is a state's own expert. We got to listen to the piece of shit prosecutor, but I think it's important to listen to the whole thing.
Mr. Z.
Hello, KD. Hello, Jugs.
Do you swear or affirm your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. You can have a seat. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, if you could start by stating your name and spelling it for our court reporter, please.
Sure. My name is Jennifer Coursey. Last name is spelled Coursey.
Hello, Marky. How are you doing? Well, son.
And Ms. Coursey, how are you employed, ma'am?
I am currently employed with the United States Army Criminal Investigation Laboratory in Forest Park, Georgia.
And can you tell us a little bit about your responsibilities at the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Laboratory?
Sure. I serve as the laboratory director for that laboratory, and basically I have complete oversight over all of the forensics that we conduct at that laboratory, and we do forensic analysis for the military agencies across all of the Department of War, so worldwide.
How long have you been at the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Laboratory?
I've been there since June of 2004, so a little over 21 years.
And in those 21 years, can you speak a little bit about the different responsibilities you've had as you've kind of worked your way up to the title of Executive Assistant Director?
Sure. Basically, I began my employment at the U.S. Army.
I don't think we need to hear all of this, so I'm going to skip a little bit of it.
Describe any training that you've had that allows
Examination. We look for any staining that may stand out to us. That would be DNA analysis.
Ms. Coursey, I'm going to ask you to help the jury understand what is DNA.
Right, listen to this now. What is DNA?
So DNA is basically the blueprint for your body. It dictates everything from eye color, hair color, your height. You get half the DNA from your mom and half the DNA from your dad, and it changes. It stays the same throughout your life. It never changes, and all cells of your body have the same DNA. So that means we could take one sample of DNA from one type of cell in your body, so maybe like a blood cell, and compare it to a semen cell or some other type of cell in your body. Very, very much of our DNA from person to person is very similar, but there's a very small percentage, maybe less than 1%, that varies greatly across individuals, and that's the part that we hone in. That's the part that we look at for forensic analysis. And no two people have the same DNA except for identical twins.
When you were at the GBI crime lab, what type of DNA testing did the lab perform?
We performed short tandem repeat testing.
Okay. And can you kind of explain in a little bit more detail exactly what short tandem repeat testing is?
Sure. So if you think of the English language has an alphabet of 26 letters, your DNA is made up of an alphabet of only 4. And so short tandem repeats means there's specific known sequences on your DNA that repeats in everybody. And the number of times that it repeats in each of us is very different. And so that's the type of testing that we use to kind of determine, if one individual has donated a sample or not, and the difference between individuals.
What are the general steps for conducting DNA testing?
So DNA testing, first you have to get to the DNA. So basically you take a sampling of, let's just say, for example, I've identified a blood stain on an item. I take a small sample of that blood and I place it into a tube, and we have to get to the DNA. The DNA lives inside of cells. So we have to break open those cells, which is called extraction. So we get the DNA, we kind of rinse away all the other portions of the cell, and then we have that just pure DNA. The next step is to quantify the DNA. So we really need to know how much DNA is there. There's a specific amount required, or a minimum amount required, to perform the remaining steps of DNA analysis. During that step, we find out how much there are. The next step is called amplification, and basically that is just making lots and lots of copies of those areas of interest that I spoke of earlier that kind of vary across individuals. At that step also, there's a sort of a fluorescent label that is applied to the DNA, and that's for the next step of DNA typing. That way an instrument that these DNA fragments pass through can be detected by the instrument and recorded, so that the output is a DNA profile that we can use for comparisons between samples and individuals.
And why is DNA useful for forensic comparisons?
Really, it's useful because, basically, like I said, no two people have the same DNA except for identical twins, and we focus on that area of DNA that varies so greatly across individuals.
And can you talk a little bit about proficiency testing?
Yes, proficiency testing for a DNA examiner is required. We're required to do 2 a year, and that just allows us to maintain our competence. It makes sure that our skills are sharp and that we're conducting the analysis according to policies and procedures, and that we get the correct outcome. So proficiency tests are generated by an external company, and they know the results. It's submitted to the laboratory, and we do not know the results. We just perform the testing on it just like we would a normal case, and then we get our answers, our conclusions, and those are sent back to the agency that we purchased the proficiency test from, and then we get a report back from them to say whether we got the consensus result or not.
Can you speak a little bit to some quality control measures that are used in the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Lab and from your time back at the GBI Crime Lab?
Sure. They're pretty much very simple or similar, because the DNA testing across all laboratories have certain requirements. And so we start with validated procedures that are validated, they're shown to be reliable and reproducible. And then we have, approved policies by our laboratory. After that, it's more about we use personal protective equipment, right? We use gloves, masks, things of that nature, laboratory coats. We clean our areas. We don't want contamination. We make sure that our areas are very clean in between samples. We work samples at a different time or space, again, just to prevent for any cross-contamination. In addition to that, all reagents that we use, all the chemicals that we use for our testing are tested prior to being utilized on evidence. So we know that they're working properly before we use them on evidence. There are positive and negative controls. A positive control is a sample that goes through the entire process with the evidence sample. We know the outcome of it. We know what the DNA profile is for that positive control. So it tests at the end of the testing when we're looking at the DNA profiles. We should know what that profile is and that the system, everything worked properly. there's negative controls as well. We don't want a DNA profile in a negative control. It is a blank, essentially, and it shows that nothing was introduced into the process that shouldn't have been. We also have reagent blank controls that are also for the same thing. It shows that there's no contamination to the reagents that we're using for our testing as well. Additionally, at the end of our testing, when we have compiled all of our results and we've generated a report, we have another qualified examiner review that case technically to make sure, again, all policies are followed, procedures are followed, all the proper documentation is present. They also do an independent analysis of the data. So there is data generated, and they do an independent analysis on it, and then they compare what they got as the answer to what I got as the answer and make sure they match. And once all of that is done, they kind of check off the case. That is called a technical review. Then there's one more review that is conducted before the case or before the report is released to the customer, and that's an administrative review. And that's basically typos, formatting, things of that nature, make sure there's no misspellings. And then after that, the case is released.
Ms. Corsi, I want to call your attention back to January of 2001. I think we've established that at that time you were at the GBI crime lab. One thing I don't think I've established is, was your name different at that time?
Yes, my name at that time was Jennifer Fincher. That was a first marriage name.
And I only asked that because there's some reports with that and that last name on it. Back in 2001, did you have the opportunity to conduct both serology and DNA typing tests on some evidence in connection with a case involving a victim by the name of Tara Baker?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to first start with
You may. That's what I have. Ms. Satterfield, is that what you have? Thank you.
Now I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 101. What is that, ma'am?
This is a final report issued based on my testing of the sexual assault evidence collection kit of Tara Baker. I recognize it for the unique DOFS case number at the top as well as my signature at the bottom.
And basically, Ms. Corsi, if you could kind of summarize what this report summarizes, what this report reflects as it relates to your work in the early days of this case.
Yeah, this report basically states that I conducted.
Yes, sir. All right. Any response to the objection, Piercy?
I'll rephrase your.
All right. I'll sustain it and allow you to phrase if you choose to.
Ms. Corsi, is State's Exhibit 101 a fair and accurate summary of your semen identification based on the case that we're here about today?
Yes, it captures my findings and conclusions. Yeah.
I would move to tender States 101.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? All right. Any response to the objection? All right. I'm going to admit it over objection.
Again, Ms. Corsi, if you could kind of summarize what this report indicates that the work that you performed.
Sure. I conducted testing for seminal fluid and semen on items from a sexual assault kit identified as coming from Tara Baker. That testing included visualization of or looking for the presence of sperm on a microscope slide or a smear, they call it, made from of the vaginal area of Miss Baker. I also tested swabs from the oral and rectal areas. The testing of all of that were negative for seminal fluid or semen.
So they're all negative for semen. That's important. So defendant's semen was not on the body. His DNA was found in the mouth, but there's no semen in the body.
And let's talk about a little bit about what testing was available, chemical testing was available for the detection of seminal fluid back in 2001. Back then, ma'am, what test was the lab using for to detect for the presence of seminal fluid?
Sure. So it's kind of it's a little bit different depending on what item I'm testing. So basically for smears, we're looking microscopically for the presence of a sperm cell. So in order to do that, you stain the slide, and you do that by using two different colors, red and green. It's called red and green.
Hello, Patricia. I'm late as always, don't you worry, it's fine. Thought I had the strength to take 3 of my grandchildren roller skating. Wow. Yeah, as long as they enjoy, that's the main thing, but wow, I couldn't do that even now. Nice to see you, Patricia, though. Hope you rest up today.
Dye, that's what we used. The red stains a sperm head the color pink or red, and then the green would stain it like a dark green color. So that allowed us to visualize the sperm microscopically. So that was done with the vaginal smears. I did not identify any sperm on that slide. Then I would conduct testing on swabs. I did oral swabs and rectal swabs. So basically that I took a small sample from a small cutting from each swab, and then I tested it. If you remember earlier, we talked about presumptive testing. I did an AP exam, which is acid phosphatase, which is a chemical that is found in high concentrations in seminal fluid. So I conducted testing using that reagent on those swabs, and they were all negative. So that concluded my testing for those items.
And if you know, Ms. Corsi, is the acid phosphatase test still the, I guess, preferred test or presumptive test for seminal fluid used today here in 2020?
Yes, that reagent is still currently used today for this same type of testing.
Are you also familiar with something called the quantifiler trio test?
I am.
And can you just briefly describe what that is?
So the quantifiler trio is a kit that is commercially available, and it does, I'll go back again when I was talking about the steps of DNA analysis, the quant step of DNA. So how much DNA is there? So back when I did this testing in 2001, we didn't have that technology available, but now it is available, and basically it allows you to quantify the amount of DNA, but it also gives you some indication of if there's male DNA present. And this could be in the absence of a body fluid. So if there's an item of evidence that doesn't have seminal fluid on it or any body fluid, you can still take that forward to this type of testing, and it will quantify the DNA for you, but also give you an indication of if there's male DNA present in that sample.
And do you know when the quantifiler trio came to be used? Let's talk specifically about the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Lab, since that's where you've been for the last 21 years.
Right. We went online with quantifiler trio in 2016.
Fingernails from the sexual assault kit of Ms. Baker?
Yes, I was.
You may.
From the sexual assault evidence collection kit of Tara Baker, identify it based on the unique DOFS case number at the top, as well as my signature at the bottom. One report contains the serology testing, or the blood testing, and the other report is in regards to the DNA testing on the fingernails.
I'd move to tender states 102 and 103.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? All right, thank you. Any response to the objection? Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection and admit 102 and 103 over objection.
Ms. Corsi, let's start with 102. I believe that is the blood examination. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What does this report summarize, ma'am?
This report entails the testing that I conducted on the fingernails for the presence of blood. Again, I performed chemical testing on the fingernails. It's presumptive testing, and it did indicate the presence of blood. Oftentimes, when there is an abundance of abundance of blood or reddish brown staining on an item, we would go further to confirm the presence of blood. But in this situation on the fingernails, it was a small amount of blood, and so my report says in there that in order to preserve that sample for DNA testing, no further analysis was done at that time, and then the samples were submitted for DNA analysis.
That's 102.
Yes.
Move to states 103. What does that report summarize, ma'am?
This report summarizes the DNA testing conducted on the blood that was indicated on the fingernails. That DNA was found to be match Tara Baker or her identical twin.
Responsibilities associated with this case asked to, I guess, check, for lack of a better term, certain physical evidence outside of the sexual assault kit for the presence of blood.
Yes, I was.
And states 104, do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yes, this was a report I generated at the time of testing regarding multiple items of evidence to include stove knobs, 3 different knives. Yes. And it also has the unique DOFS case number at the top and my signature at the bottom.
And do you, I guess, if you recall, what were the results of those particular tests?
So my results were, there was one knife that I indicated the presence of blood on. That was item 15. The additional 2 knives, items 29 and 30, did not reveal the presence of blood, nor did the stove knobs, item 14, I apologize, 14. All those were negative for blood.
And is states 104 a fair and accurate summary of the report that you generated in connection with that that testing? Excuse me.
Yes, sir, it is.
Move to tender state 104.
Any objection? It is, I'm going to admit it over objection.
One item that you tested that was, did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Presence of blood was item 15, which was a knife. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Can I approach the witness?
You may.
So far, we know that the testing showed no sign of semen. So we know Edrick's semen was not in her mouth. We know the knife is Tara's blood, which is not surprising. So that's what we got so far.
94.
is the item 15 that I referred to earlier containing the knife. I recognize it with the DOFS unique case number associated with this case.
I'm gonna just go over a couple of things on this box. On the Elmo. So, you mentioned some unique information. I'm going to zoom in here. What are we looking at here, Ms. Corsi?
In our laboratory, we have a laboratory information management system that kind of keeps track of all the evidence and information and data that is associated with a case. When items come into the laboratory, they're given a unique case number and item number. A barcode label is generated at that time and affixed to the item for tracking throughout the laboratory, and that's the label here that you see that has the unique case number 2001-1002454. In addition to the SUBM number 15, which I've been referring to as item 15.
Then I also want to point out one other thing on this box. Did you recognize anything here to include your initials at the time?
Yes, I do. I do recognize my initials at the time, as well as other initials and dates on the evidence. We are required once we, if we breach a package, we have to reseal it and date and initial our seal at the time. And so that's what my initials signify here, that I had opened that package at one time.
So to follow up, having chemical examination having indicated the presence of blood on the knife, would that have, I guess, moved it forward for potential DNA testing?
Yes. Actually, for that knife, I may have misspoke if I said indicates the presence of blood. That terminology means I did not do the confirmatory testing, when in this case I actually did on this item. So it did confirm the presence of blood. But yes, a portion of that sample did go forward for DNA testing as well. Regarding the DNA analysis conducted on the blood found on the knife, item 15.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate summary of the DNA analysis or DNA typing that you did in connection with the knife, item 15, which is also states 94? Yes, 94.
Yes, it is.
Move to tender states 105.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am. You're saying.
I'm going to admit it over objection.
Ms. Corsi, what did your results reveal as to, if anything, as to item 15?
Yeah, my DNA analysis conducted revealed that the DNA from the blood obtained from the knife matched Ms. Tara Baker or her identical twin.
Did it indicate whether or not there were any other DNA profiles present on the knife?
Yes, there was only one DNA profile present. There was no indication of an additional contributor to that sample.
So the reason they have to put that in, and I don't remember some of this testimony, is because they're trying to say, well, Chris wasn't on there. This is not about Edrick. This is about Chris for the prosecution. The knife has Tara's blood on it. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it has her blood on it. But they have to say it in the sense of there was no other DNA, was there? Chris's DNA was not on there, was it? But where's Edrick's then? Because they're saying that a knife was used and it was Edrick's knife. Where is DNA? Where's his fingerprints? Where's everything? Also, Lady Di, I saw your comment about the some people might say he was planted, but it's as simple as she was allegedly seen in Athens the night before her death. So she could have kissed Edrick. She could have done all sorts of things with Edrick. Do you know what I mean? The night before, but that evidence wasn't allowed in because the state objected to hearsay. So yeah, it wasn't allowed in. But so the jury probably have the same question as you do. How did his DNA land on her in her mouth then? And I do believe there will be some that are really struggling to get past that. If he didn't go into that house, how did it end up in her mouth? And I think some people will struggle with that. And I'm not saying that's wrong either. Do you know what I mean? It is a bit of a mindfuck. But because the testimony of, well, she was allegedly in Athens the night before, so it could have gone that night, because that's not in evidence. Do you know what I mean? There is no other reasonable explanation, which sucks, I think, for the defense. So I do think some people are going to be stuck on it, the DNA element of it, and being like, how did it get there unless he broke into the house? Unfortunately, that's going to be the case, I think. So it's up to those then who have a little bit more knowledge of DNA and maybe have a little bit of knowledge of how things work to be able to say, well, even if he did break into the house, well, he didn't have to break into the house. Maybe he was invited in. Maybe they had I don't know, they kissed or there's some encounter and then he left. You know, there's so many explanations, but yeah, I don't know.
Last one, I believe. I can approach one last time.
Yes, sir.
This is case 106. Now, Baker's body has to examine toenails taken from Miss Baker's body during her autopsy.
Yes, I was.
And does States 106 summarize your testing as it relates to that particular piece of evidence?
Yes, it does.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the report that you generated in connection with the blood examination related to Ms. Baker's toenails?
Yes, it is.
Move to tender States 106.
Any objection? I'm going to admit it over objection.
Ms. Coursey, was there any blood on Ms. Baker's toenails?
No, I did not reveal any blood on the toenails.
We talked, the very first report that we talked about was the semen identification report. And you mentioned again that there, I can't find it, that it was negative for the presence of seminal fluid and that it did not reveal spermatozoa or partially intact spermatozoa. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at the time, what would have been the protocol for that kit or those swabs to proceed with any sort of DNA testing?
They would not have. Once we test for semen, if that was not identified, we would not do further testing on it.
Here, 25 years later, based on your training and experience, has testing improved in sensitivity in that time period?
Yes, over time, there's been a lot of advances in technology, which allows for additional testing conducted, to identify, not necessarily body fluids per se, but also body fluids, but DNA in a more sensitive manner as well.
If I can have just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Corsi, as it relates to, I'm going to jump around a little bit, the DNA typing of Ms. Baker's fingernails. I think you previously indicated that the DNA from those fingernails matched Ms. Baker or her identical twin. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And was there any other DNA profile obtained from those fingernails?
No, sir, I did not identify any other contributors to that DNA profile. It was a single source.
Ms. Corsi, I don't have any further questions for you, ma'am. Mr. Cruz may have some.
Cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon, Ms. Corsi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing well. Give me 1 second. I have a couple of questions for you. Is that okay? All right, thank you.
So they had to put that in because obviously it all got sent off. They died. So he did nothing. But I think it helped the defense more because it proved that there was nothing from Edrick on the body. Do you know what I mean? So that's why. But we'll see what the defense does now.
No.
And is it Dr. Corsi?
No.
Just Ms. Corsi? Okay, excellent. My name is Amai Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Edrick Lamont Faust. Is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you about State's Exhibit 101, State's Exhibit 102, State's Exhibit 103, and State's Exhibit 106. And I am going to hand these to you. Okay.
Thank you.
And I want to discuss specifically with you item 2,
Okay.
which is the Tara Baker sexual assault kit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is the proper way to address it is item 2? Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Anytime you received item 2, was there a particular method that you had to undertake as far as notating when you had it or notating when you gave it to someone else?
Well, anytime I conduct analysis on it, I would have notes of anything I've done in my case notes, and then if I breached the box or the container that the item was in, again, I would seal it, or I'd have to break a seal and then reseal it when I was done with my initials and date on it. Additionally, the barcodes that I identified earlier on the screen, we scan those barcodes when we transfer evidence from either to ourselves or a storage area or to another person.
Sure. So would it be fair to call that scanning is for chain of custody purposes?
Yes.
Okay. And is this something, this isn't something you're typing in, this is something that's computer generated?
I believe the scanning, this was a little while ago, but I do recall that there being a scanning. There could have been a mechanism if a scanner was broken or not working, that we may have had to do a manual transfer by signing, actual paper documentation, but I don't.
Jury question. The court is muted though.
All right, we're ready to go on the record.
Here we go.
State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24-00547. The jury has been deliberating since 9 o'clock this morning, and they have a question. This is question number 3, and it is to the judge. Video of Bingham and Howell interview of Edrick Faust requested. And certainly that's allowed. Any comment from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any comment, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Hill?
I would just ask, I know yesterday we spent about 4 hours listening to the interview overall. Can we figure out the portion? I have no issue with it. Just, is there a particular portion they would like to see?
They haven't requested it, and so my practice is to let them direct the show. And if they have requested a certain portion, I'll address it. But they've just said video, so I'm going to let them see the video.
It's been chopped up multiple ways,
Sure.
but that's fine.
Well, they can only see the video that's in evidence, and only the parts that you all agreed and were in evidence. They don't get to see the video just as is. So certainly.
Understood.
Yes, Judge. And I think total between the segments that were published is about 10 minutes or so. So it's not, and I completely agree with Mr. Cruz to the extent that if there is a request for testimony of a witness, we'd certainly join in a request about directing that. But as far as this video, it's only probably about 10 minutes long.
All right, thank you. Do you need some time to get it set up? And do you have the notations that you had in court, which are the ones that we're excluding?
I do have
Okay.
notations, and if I could have just a minute
Sure.
with Mr. Cruz, the segments that we chopped up for the closing are actually pre-redacted, so we don't have to do the sliding back and forth stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll show to Mr. Cruz.
Go ahead. Just let me know when y'all are ready. And do that. I'm going to kind of go back to my arraignment calendar and get done what I can. I have an announcement.
Fuck's sake, has muted again, bollocks. So we'll just wait here now then, because once they get the video set up, the jury are going to come out, and we will be, hey Dave, how are you doing, hamburger? So yeah, I'm not sure why they're doing this as of that. I don't know. Let me close this. I know, I was muted, I know, bollocks. What's the new trial, Dave? Let's see if it's the same one I've been looking for. I have my eye on a new trial, but currently it's not playing, so it's starting today, but it's not playing at the minute, so. And it should be on now, but it's not, so. Okay. I'll say we'll just wait here until they come back in. There's no point going back for it. It isn't going to be that long, but why do they want to see that again? Is it the fact that they want to hear what he says, his reactions? Do they put any weight to the reaction, or do they want to see if and confirm that he said dated? No, it's only going to be about, they said 10 minutes, but I think it's a little bit longer than 10 minutes, but they're just going to play the whole video again. But it's not that long, not like 4 hours long. But that's why, well, both have now told the court, look, can we ask the jury in the future if they got a certain section they want to hear, because being here for 4 hours is just too long. But the court was like, well, I'm being directed by the jury, yeah, but mofo. You know. Hang on, I got to message this back. Okay. Rewatch this PD interview again too. They need to ask the Freddie picks, hand picks. Obviously, is a debate like some think he's capable and others do not. Yes, I do think it's a little bit of a debate in there at the minute. I do believe. And I don't know which way they go in and stuff like that. I don't know, but they're questioning some stuff. And you know what? Whatever they do, it's good that they're deliberating and asking these questions. So, just a reminder to those in chat, they just asked about. So yeah, just a reminder to everyone in the chat. They jury asked for the video to be played again of the interrogation. So the interrogation of Edrick Faust will be played again. Okay, did they admit his entire interview? No, as evidence, but only show clips. Do you know? They only admitted the clips, I believe. So, yeah, it's only the clips. Don't have a master debate in the jury room. It'll be messy, I know. They really didn't deliberate that long yesterday with this coming in late. No, they didn't. I think if you think about it, it was probably just over 2 hours. It was less than 3 hours deliberation yesterday anyway. So yeah. Corey Richards, no, I'm not doing Corey Richards, Dave. I will not be doing Corey Richards, Dave. There is another trial I'm keeping an eye out, but it started. I believe it was supposed to start at 9:30 this morning, but I've not seen any streams on it, so they can't be streaming it, which is a pain in the ass because it would have been a good one. But I'm still looking just in case, because they could still come up. No, I'm not following it, JLK, because it's like a 7 to 9 week trial, so I don't want to get into it. And also, he deserves a presumption of innocence, but he's got so many things against him. So, well, that can't be a good sign. No, I don't. I do. Yeah. The thing is with juries, you just can't think about what they're thinking, if that makes sense. Why do they want to watch the interrogation again? Are they looking at him? Yesterday they wanted to look at Chris's alibi and the DNA reports. Today they want to look at the interrogation. Are they looking for the reaction from Chris? Are they looking at the questions being asked? Because obviously in closings, Cruz made a point of saying they never once said anything about, do you know her? As in, do you want to see a picture of her? Do you want to see her name? They never once said any of those. So they might want to check that out as well. I mean, no one can get eggs and feed the chickens without getting pecked by all of them. Anyone else that tries gets assaulted by like 50 birds. You're just a bird magnet, Jonathan. A bird magnet. I have wireless internet and the cell tower is malfunctioning, causing me to have a panic attack. AT&T can sit on my face. Dave. I'll say there's no point going back to the testimony for now because you know what's going to happen. As soon as I get back there, they'll be starting this stream again. So let's have a look and see if there's anything on Twitter whilst we wait then. Refresh that bad boy. Okay. Okay, that's fine. We'll do that. Oh, it's the waiting I hate. It's like, come on, get on with it. Let's get on with it. There's quite a few trials ongoing at the minute. We got Dale Warner, whose wife was found in a tank. We've also got, which is going to be, I think, a 7 to 9 week trial. You also got the Colin Gray father, who is being tried for murder for Pew Pew, a school shooting. So there's a few. There's another trial that I'm keeping an eye out, but it's not. Doesn't look like it's coming. So yeah, there's a few trials ongoing at the minute. I do not plan to stream any of them. Right, let's do this again. Let's do the Bravo. Share this on Twitter. Edrick Faust. For fuck's sakes. Okay, done that again, fine. I stay in the boondocks. We've got one internet option and it is what it is. Without it, my phone stays in SOS. Oh, interesting. Yeah, you must live it out right in the sticks somewhere. You must be right in the sticks there, Bexy Wexy. Bexy Wexy. She's a bitch. Bexy Wexy. She's a bitch. Come on. Alright, do you know what? I'm going to go back to the testimony. This is just ridiculous now. I'll keep that on. But I'll put the other... let me make sure that it's boosted. It is boosted, so we'll hear it. I will play the other testimony whilst we wait for that, because it's getting ridiculous now, having to wait for that.
Don't recall specifically, but that would probably be a backup
Hello, lovely.
plan if the scanner didn't work or failed in some way.
Yes, ma'am. 1 second. Can you, or do you recall all the items that are inside of item 2?
I have that information in my notes here.
Excellent. And can you read the items that are items 2J and item 2I, please?
So I do not have those items listed in that manner in my notes. So I don't know what correlates to I and J or anything like that.
Sure. Would the chain of custody report refresh your recollection?
It may. Okay.
Scroll, check it, make sure it's accurate, and try to change anything with it.
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
want to rush you.
I don't recall the question if you had one regarding this.
Sure. Well, does that refresh your recollection in regards to item 2I and 2J?
Yes, I have these are referencing oral swabbings. I have them as being part of the sexual assault kit as well. I just don't have them indicated as I and J in my notes.
Sure. And you could use the document that I gave you or your notes if you like. Can you tell the jury the dates that you first received item 2I and item 2J? You have it?
Hang on, I thought I heard something in court. I thought I heard something. That's why I jumped back, because I thought I heard them come back. Just a reminder, jury question number 3. They want to watch Edrick Faust's police interview. Currently, both sets of attorneys are just getting everything together so they can listen to it. The judge is also in court doing other business, so I imagine there might be a slight delay for her because she's in other courtrooms as well today. I believe that obviously this trial will be priority, but she will come back in once they got everything in order and they can play it. So I'm not watching that farmer body in the tank trial. I saw the first day in the interview, not interested, guilty. Most people aren't interested, Dave, to be honest. One of the reasons I didn't play it, I think most people have already said he's guilty, so there's no point playing it because, you know, he's not going to get a fair trial from the chat, so there's no point. He's been a bit boring. I popped in here and there, but it's slow. Yeah, it's supposed to be 7 to 9 weeks, people, so no thank you. No thank you. I'd encourage you to go watch the Michigan one, though. Is it Michigan? The Pew Pew one, wherever that happened. Because that does sound a little bit interesting. It's just I'm not covering it because I don't like covering stuff like that because I have my own opinion on it and it pisses people off. So I don't understand it. Do you know what I mean? So I'm a dummy when it comes to things like guns and stuff like that. It's not my forte. So I'd rather just shut up and put up, you know. I don't know, the long ones, I can't do unless super interesting, like maybe not guilty. I don't know. They are on third jury question. I missed the second. They were both yesterday. One was about the, I think it's about like going home and stuff, Marilyn. It wasn't like, yeah, they're both yesterday anyway, so today's the third question. So you've not missed anything of substance. So you're all good jugs, all good jugs. Those of you who are really OGs remember the Carrega trial in Seattle, in Kitsap. Woof! That was like 4 or 5 months, that was. And I was made to put all of them in private, so by the judge. So, sucks. Oh, come on, court. Stop. Right, I'm going to go back to it again. There's nothing here. So we're just waiting. So I'll just go back to the other one. Hang on then.
So my notes indicate that I performed analysis on those items on January 22nd, 2001. As far as the notes that I have with me today, I do not have exactly when I received it first. This document states that it was on your laptop, identifies it as being resubmitted on February 15th, 2024.
How about the first time you obtained it? And I'll let you know this. I'm not trying to put you in the hot seat. You're not in the hot seat. Which date from either record did you first receive it?
Oh, my apologies. I didn't see this down here.
No, you're fine. And you can scroll to 2I and 2J if you need to.
So for item 2I, it appears that my first possession was January, oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
January.
So I just on Twitter, Infamous Sylvia, who obviously we know now, she says the attorneys are in a separate area getting the video ready for the jury to review. They want to re-watch the interrogation video first with the, so just say they want to re-watch the interrogation video first with the GBI detectives. So they are just putting it together now.
22nd, 2001.
Okay. In 2I, is it fair to state that 2I is a oral swabbing?
That is what it was labeled inside of the kit on the container.
Okay. And is 2I A or B?
2I. So I do not have it in my notes as that. I have oral swabs A and B, but because I don't have the I and in the J, I'm not sure which correlates to which on this chain of custody.
That's fair. You answered my next question, but you have it as oral swabs A and B.
Yes.
Okay. So to your knowledge, you tested oral swabbings. Is that right?
Yes, I had two separate containers. I don't recall if it was a box or not. Two containers that were labeled oral.
So Bardaza says they need to see the whole interview, not just snippet. So it's the defense that stated they don't want them to see the whole interview. So the defense objected to the video being played at all, but the judge allowed certain snippets to be played in if they could agree, and the defense agreed to the bits that the prosecution wanted. So that's why we're not playing the whole thing, is because the defense objected to it. They don't want the whole video in there, and I don't know why. Maybe there's some stuff stated about his past, his other crimes and stuff like that. I don't know, but it's the defense that have said it'd be prejudicial for them to play the whole video. So, just to clarify that, I believe the state want to play the whole video. The prosecution want the whole video. It's the defense that didn't want it, because again, it might be because of they discuss past crimes. It could be for many reasons. Do you know what I mean? But that's why they're not playing the whole video.
Swabs.
Okay. And would you happen to recognize these
I should recognize them with my initials and case numbers on them.
on this here?
I should be able to see my case number and initials on there. Yes, I recognize these as the envelopes that I tested with my date and initials, marking the date that I tested them, opened them for testing.
Okay, your initials are on those packages?
Yes.
So as of January 22nd, 2001, you had oral swabbings. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. After January 22nd, 2001, did you see those swabbings again?
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay.
I mean, it is possible that they were, one moment, please.
Take your time.
I have a lot of notes. So I imagine I saw them again, but did not conduct further testing on them, because when I did further testing on the toenails that were in this kit, they would have been in there, but I did not make record of that because I went in just for the toenails.
And what date was that?
Just so you're aware, the prosecutor and defense are back in court, but no jury yet.
I conducted the testing on the toenails on March 5th, 2001.
Okay, so you still would have, because it was in one whole package, you would have had those swabs?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. This is a really important question, and this is my last question for you, and I'd like you to, let the jury know. Can you tell us what presumptive testing is?
Presumptive testing?
Yes, ma'am. Can you let the jury know what a presumptive test is?
Presumptive testing, I believe, as I mentioned earlier, is a test that presumptively that's the wrong term. It's a first test that we use to kind of determine if any additional testing is needed. So if a presumptive test is positive, further testing is needed to confirm that particular body fluid. If it is negative, then at least at that time, we stopped analysis.
My follow-up question to that, so if after a presumptive test, or let's say this, what does it mean when a presumptive test comes back positive? Can you let the jury know what that would mean?
Yeah, when a presumptive test is positive, it means that it indicates the presence of that particular body fluid, but it does not confirm it. So again, additional testing would be needed to say for certain that that body fluid is indeed blood or semen or whatever you're testing for.
Okay, and if you don't confirm the presumptive test, what does that tell us?
It basically means there's an indication of that body fluid, and generally that sample would go forward for DNA testing to determine who the sample came from.
Would it be fair to say that...
All right, very good. You can bring the jury out. Thank you.
Lightning fast. I heard it and I was like, right, both those. I'm not sure if we're going to see the video or just the audio. If we are, I'm going to hide the chat. And hide the judge. I don't like the judge. Let's see. If it is, I'll move some of these things to make it more plausible for us to look.
Thank you. You all may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you for being here on time again this morning. Your third question, video of Bigham and Howell interview of Edrick Faust requested. We are going to play that for you. It took us a minute to make sure we had the right exhibit, so I appreciate your patience. Mr. Yalamanchili, are you ready to play that?
I am, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, you ready, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed, Mr. Yalamanchili.
Good morning, Ms. Faust. Hey, I'm Liz Bigham. I'm with the GBI. This is Jeremy Howell with the GBI. You want to take those off right now? We need to sit, talk to you, and do some things. But are you going to act right?
Well, definitely.
Are you sure? Okay. Do you have my handcuff keys back in there? I can go grab it. Do you have one on you? Okay. Can you use some water or anything?
I'm cool.
You sure? You use the restroom?
I'll just use the restroom already.
I'm sorry?
I use the restroom.
Oh, you just use the restroom. Okay.
Let's see, I think I got the right key for these. Right, let's go down this a ways. There it is. Okay. Sorry, I don't have a key for that. There you go.
Here's that. Great, just in case you want something.
There we go.
All right. So there's a little bit of paperwork we got to do first, and you can get some information from you, obviously name and all that stuff. And then we'll kind of go from there. Go ahead. So you've got, I think it's about 9 warrants that we've got for you today. I'll explain everything to you. Let me get this filled out and stuff, and then we'll go over everything together, okay? I mean, obviously we're here, we want to talk to you about this stuff, and we can kind of go into all that, but we got to get through this first. All right? It's Edrick or Edrick?
Edrick.
Edrick,
Yes.
E-D-R-I-C-K?
Correct.
And what's your middle name?
Lamont.
L-A?
M-O-N-T.
All right. And F-A-U-S-T?
Correct.
How old are you, Mr. Faust?
I am 48.
Are you sure? Okay. And what's a good home address for you?
My home address is, well, I got a P.O. box now.
What's like your physical home address?
350 Cooper Road.
350 Cooper Road?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. That's in Athens?
Yes.
30605?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and how far did you go to school, Mr. Faust?
I graduated high school diploma.
High school diploma?
Yeah.
Okay.
Steve Shows? Actually, I went to Steve Show, but I went back to continue. I got a diploma in another school.
Okay.
Got another further down the road.
Gotcha.
All right, you can read and write, I'm assuming. Okay, so let's go over this together. All right, it's 6:06 now. So today is May 9th, 2024. The time is 6:06 p.m., and we're at the, I wrote ACCPD, but Athens Clark County Police Department. Your name is Edrick Lamont Faust, and you are 48 years old. Your address is 350 Cooper Road, Athens, Georgia, 30605, and you completed the 12th grade in school.
Yes.
You know that Liz Bigham, which is me, and Jeremy Howell over there are special agents with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay.
All right? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you can't afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish.
Okay.
And you can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand all of that?
I do.
Okay. And you understand your rights and having these rights in mind, you're willing to talk to law enforcement officers, which are Jeremy and I. You've not been threatened. Has anyone threatened you in any way, shape, or form in law enforcement? Nobody threatened you? I know we weren't there when they arrested you, so I just want to make sure that nobody out there threatened you in any way. You've not been promised anything. Has anyone ever promised you anything in reference to this? And then have you been forced in any way to answer any questions or make any statements, maybe decide what's your name, whatever? Okay. So if you want to talk to us, you can sign right there. I'll sign underneath you, and Jeremy will sign underneath me. Thank you. So let me just get a little bit of information from you first. Obviously, we got Cooper Road. How long have you lived at Cooper Road?
Shit, I've been in Cooper Road about 40 years.
40 years? Okay.
40.
40?
40.
Okay. Do you own that house?
No.
Okay, who lived there? Or whose house was it?
Actually, it's my stepmom. She passed away with my mom.
Oh, no. What happened?
She had a lung cancer or something like that.
Aw.
This is your stepmother, you said?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And what is her name?
Her name was Geraldine Hughes.
Geraldine Hughes? And she passed away months ago. So are you still living there? Did she own it?
Yeah, she owned her home, yeah.
Okay. Are you still living there?
I'm kind of like flow. I've been like flow. I've been living with my cousin here and there, so.
Where does your cousin live?
I've been living in Overthorpe County.
Oh, okay. Where's that at?
In Overthorpe, in Berryville, in Santa Claus.
Sandy Cross and Mary Best Road? Where do you lay your head at night?
Well, I've been really just living here and there. I've been here and there and just girl house over here and over there.
Over here and over there in the girl's house?
Yeah.
All right. Where does the girl live? Somewhere you don't want to talk about?
No.
That's fine. We don't have to. And what's your date of birth?
9/6/85.
Okay. And you're employed, I'm assuming, in Athens Finest?
Correct.
Is that your business, or do you just work for them?
My business.
It's your business? What do you do there? Besides mobile detailing, pressure washing?
That's what I do.
Pretty much that?
Cool.
Do you have, like, regular work, or is it just contracted work here and there?
I do regular work, whatever. I just work.
Okay. All right.
How long have you had that business?
I've been in business myself about, I've been in business for myself and working on my own for like 4, 5, 5, 6 years.
Okay.
Okay. What's the number to get you at?
This is?
That one's your number?
Yeah.
706-612-6808. That's the best number to get you at?
Yeah.
Is that your cell?
Oh.
Okay. Hey, how are you? Okay. Who lived at you with Cooper, or who lived at Cooper Road with you?
At Cooper Road. Actually, back then, 20 years ago, May 28, 2003.
No, 23 years ago. We're talking about 2001.
23 years ago.
Yep, 2001. It was obviously Miss Hughes, right?
I was living with her, yes. But
Okay.
I don't know what relationship I was in or who I was with back then.
Okay. So Miss Hughes lived there.
Yes.
Did you have any brothers or sisters?
No brothers and sisters.
Okay.
My dad was alive back then, yeah.
But was he at Cooper, or did he live in Overthorpe?
My dad has been around. He's just been around here and there, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Who else lived in the house with you? Who lived with y'all back then?
As far as I know of.
Just y'all two?
Yeah.
Okay. And she was your stepmama?
My stepmom.
Where's your real mama?
She passed away 6 years ago.
Oh, okay. You weren't ever really close to her. You were close to your stepmama?
Actually, I've been cool with my stepmom. She raised me.
Okay. Were you there when they were building it and stuff like that?
Yeah. I mean, I was in the area. I'm always in the area. I go in that area every day.
Do you really?
Yeah. I call it my home. That's considered my home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you physically live at Cooper Road anymore?
Oh, you can go there right now and everybody will know me.
No. I meant in the house. Like at 350, you don't physically live there anymore. Okay. Did it get passed down to you? Or?
Well, my stepmother passed away.
Okay.
When she passed away, but she got sick. She told me she didn't need me anymore. Her niece lived in Rock Spring. She ended up getting the house. She bought the house from her, and she ended up moving up to Willow Mist across the street over here.
Okay.
And she lived over there when she passed away.
So nobody in your family lives there?
And her niece live in the house right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She just passed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when that neighborhood was being, or development was being built, I guess, did you ever go walk around there, or what was that built for, I guess?
I don't know.
Was it mostly like college students, or was it regular people, older Athens people, older
Back then
people?
it was real settled, but now it's not like that anymore. It's like real, like, right now it's like a damn the ghetto, to be honest with you.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it's pretty rough over there now.
Why is it rough over there?
It seems like everybody that got pulled from the other side of town, they start getting rid of like housing, the projects and all that. They give them vouchers and they start moving over on this side.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not like it used to be. It used to be real quiet. So.
Okay. So back then, who was moving in there? What was it primarily?
I say college students and probably some kids. I'll say that because you didn't really see a whole lot of black people in that area.
You did not back then?
Nah.
Okay.
What was there before they built all that?
It was wood. It was old car. All this on Lexington Road, Walmart, everything on Lexington Road was nothing but wood. There's a Lord of Stevens, there's a church, Lord of Stevens, Walmart. All that was wood when I was a little boy.
Wow, you seen some change.
I really have. And from there's another house over here in this neighborhood. All this land over here where this Dollar Tree and the skate park and all that. All that was nothing but wood back in the day.
Wow.
Yeah, all that wood.
Were you ever dating anybody else around that time on the side or quietly?
I ain't gonna say that.
I'm not gonna go talk to them.
I mean, I ain't gonna No.
And Brenda was the primary one, right?
She was primary,
10 years, let's say.
No, I don't do those
But
things.
what about anybody else, like anyone at Walmart or Conagra or the Perfect Polish? I keep wanting to call it Sparkle, I don't know.
I don't know, man.
But
Let me tell you something. I don't have some females in my day, so.
it sounds like it. It sounds like it.
Yeah.
But were you juggling any other females around that time? Seeing anybody on the side?
I probably was. I don't have a lot of females in my day.
Okay. Do you date white girls, or do you date black girls, or does it
I
matter?
have dated white chick. I have dated one white chick, but it didn't work out.
One white chick?
Yeah.
Who is she?
Her name was Rita Spears. And that was it. She's from she's from where are you from? She's from Carnesville.
How'd you meet her?
I met her one night at a bar.
Why didn't it work out?
Because she bipolar and she wanted me to be with her and call her all the time.
Oh, okay.
And she lived up in Carnesville, Franklin County?
Yeah. I don't really, I don't have no ethic about females, the race, no color, nothing like that.
Right.
I talk to everybody. I'm cool with everybody. You can go down here right now and ask anybody about me when it comes to communication. I communicate with her. I have a business.
Sure.
I don't mess around, man. I just treat everybody the same.
Okay. Did you ever date anyone over in that Deer Park area?
No.
Any college students, anything like that?
I ain't know nobody over there.
You didn't know nobody over there? Never made friends? You just didn't talk to everybody?
I think I talked to everybody, but that was my cup of tea to go over there and deal with those people. Those people up across the street. I ain't go over there. I ain't know nothing about over there.
Why not?
I ain't know nobody over there. That wasn't my thing. I wanted to see my stepmama.
Yeah.
Or whatever. That was it. That's a neighborhood that just came up. I don't know anything about that neighborhood.
Okay.
And I don't have no dealings over there, period.
Anybody from over there ever come looking for you? Just to be friends with or hang out with?
Back then, man, there was a play everybody like, man, it's just a play that came with this coming up. And everybody feel like it's high or it's expensive. Anybody going over there, so.
That's how it was kind of perceived?
Yeah, everybody go over there.
We've got these warrants. They are for a myriad of charges that range from arson to murder.
What?
Mm-hmm.
For me?
Mm-hmm. And that's what you're talking about, this incident back in 2001. I think there's 9 different warrants, and that's kind of why we wanted to come in here and talk to you about
But
this.
how dare
get
you?
your side of the story, kind of hash everything that happened, and obviously I think you can pick up on the fact that it involves that area, that park area, or whatever.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, I mean, you can see that I've done research. I mean, like, area I know, we know about you, stuff like that. But when we're talking about that, and we're talking about these charges, there's got to be kind of an explanation as to why you're there, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I'm trying to talk to you about.
Yeah, okay.
So tell me about why you would be there in that Deer Park area back in 2001 and kind of, engaging in all these sorts of things at one of those duplexes.
I never, that spot over there, that's a place I never been to. I started going there throughout the years, like, when people start, other people, when we started moving in, then, but back in the day, the only reason I go, like, in the evening time, and it's every blue moon, I gotta get my bike in the evening time, like 3 or 4 o'clock in the evening, I may ride through the whole, ride from one end, the whole thing, other there. I don't fool around. I ain't got no business over there. That was my turf. My turf was in our neighborhood where we used to be, because everybody in the neighborhood
On the other side,
the whole
Deer Park,
all the way on East Meadow, and all the way in Morning View.
Okay.
I don't have no business over there dealing with them over there, but that ain't my cup of tea. They ain't gonna drink over there, and I don't drink with them, so we over here drinking. If one of my cousins gonna come here and pick me up, and we go over there and ride out, they'll say, I don't have no business over there fooling them people that they ain't doing that to me.
And you said that you rode a bike back there.
Every once in a while, I made about Yeah, if I went over there, but I didn't deal with that sex.
Would you ever walk over? Did you walk over there?
I have no business over there. This is my neighborhood right here. I don't know about people over there.
Across Cooper Road.
Exactly. I don't have no business over there, period.
And you said around 3 or 4 in the afternoon?
I said, if I went over there, if I was back there, I would go in. But I don't have no reason going over there and messing with them people, period. No reason whatsoever.
And you never went walking over there or anything like that?
No, I don't do no walking over there for what? I ain't got no business over there walking. No.
Well, you would ride your bike around, though.
I mean, I said, if I went over there, if it just so happened back in the day, if I just rode my bike, I would ride around and see. I ain't got no business walking over there. If them people were jogging or walking, I ain't had no business singing into them or nothing.
Okay.
that ain't my gig over there. If I went anywhere, I probably would go to back then, I would go to the hood in Athens Garden. That's probably where I'd be at.
Would you have cut through Deer Park to get to Athens
No,
Garden?
it's not that way. It's
the other way?
Different direction. I don't go that way. I don't have nothing to do with these people over here. I go over in the hood and kick it, but I'll be in my neighborhood. I ain't got no business over there dealing with them people. I ain't getting nothing to. I don't know nothing about them. I ain't finna mess with them.
Okay.
Period.
Okay.
So I guess, I got some warrants on me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go to jail?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I told you were under arrest.
I mean,
that's not a new revelation. They told you were under arrest.
that's a murder?
It's for arson.
Do you remember any kind of incident that happened back then?
Man, I don't even deal with over there.
I understand.
No.
You don't remember seeing some police activity over in that neighborhood back in 2001? Kind of a big deal.
It was for a while, too, I think.
Yeah.
Like days and days.
You don't remember anything happening back there?
Let me see. Because I used to come over there to see my stepmama, but I ain't really, deal around too tough in it.
Okay. It's kind of like one of the biggest deals that's happened in Athens.
A murder?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, some girl.
Did you know her? No connection to her?
No, never. I don't know. The only time I see that, the only time I seen that was it was in the newspaper. I ain't never seen that or nothing else about that girl. I don't even know her. I don't know nothing about her.
You know what she looks like?
Sorry.
Oh, okay. No.
You've never talked to her?
No, never. Never.
Okay.
Don't even know her. Don't know nothing about her at all. All I know is she was a law student at the UGA, and she stayed was on Fawn Drive. And throughout the years, I know that right there they got that's where that rent office is right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's where my brother stayed right beside it.
Your buddy stayed right beside us?
That was after the fact that when we started moving in, when black people started moving in, my papa stayed right beside him. Right beside the actual building. This right here been like in 2017 or 18. Okay. Not no recent thing, you know. No, not no recent.
Okay.
Did you know any of her roommates?
I don't know.
Did you know any of their boyfriends or anything like that?
No, nobody will. Period.
Did you ever go over there to buy alcohol?
No.
Anything like that?
Bro, listen, I don't know nothing about those people over there. I don't know nothing about that. But they said that happened. When I heard about that, it stayed up in the air for a while. You're right.
And you never...
DNA?
Yeah.
My DNA? Man.
It's been a long time. We've made so many advancements and things.
Man.
If you can help us understand why your DNA's in that house, help us. I don't want to put your finger on the wrong. Help us. I'm here to exonerate just as much as I am to hunt.
Y'all come on, take some DNA.
All right, is that the end? All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll rise and go into the jury room and continue your deliberations. Thank you. In recess or at ease. I'm sorry.
I have an objection as well. We didn't instruct the jury as you instructed the jury yesterday in regards to evidence that they've used twice. I would ask that the jury is instructed on that with that instruction.
Yes, sir. I will do that, Mr. Cruz. There's another question, and it was done, I think, while they were watching. So it is question number 4. So we're not at ease. And it says, to judge, jury requests to view State's Exhibit 167. Do we know what that is?
I don't recall off the top of my
I don't either.
That is.
Okay. Before I call them back out and present 167, it may be something that needs to be done here. Let's take a look at what that is first.
Mr. Bolden believes it's one of the crime lab reports.
Okay. Let's take a look at it, make sure we know what it is.
So, jury requested to view State Exhibit 167. I wonder what that is. I wonder what that is. Hello. Oh, here we go. Cheaters Anonymous are here. Species Stacy's here. The biggest cheat of them all. Hello, Rehab. No, verdict's not in. No, verdict is not in. Well, they've just had several questions. That's all. Hope you're doing well, Patty. Stacy, hope you're doing well. Hope the streets out there are doing fine. So, jury request to view State Exhibit 167.
On what 167 is.
We do.
Okay. And what is 167? All right. State agrees. That's what. All right. And any comment on having the jury come out to review 167?
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor. And yesterday we had the jury come out and all look at it kind of individually. I did do a little bit of research last night, and there is some case law. I'd have to find it again that would stand for the proposition that this does not violate continuing witness concerns, and it could just go back. And if you could give me 5-10 minutes.
I would disagree. The reason it violates continuing witness is because they had the expert testify based on this document or the contents of this document. If they would have introduced the document without testimony regarding the document, it would not violate continuing witness. But the testimony was pretty much what was on the document, and that's the reason it violates the continuing witness.
I'll take a look at the case law, but for now, they've just asked to see it, and I'm going to bring them out. So as long as we have an agreement on what 167 is, I'm going to bring them out. Actually, if you'll hand it to me first, let me just make sure I've taken a look at it.
What is it? DNA something? I don't know what it is, though. I couldn't hear.
All right. If you could bring the jury out, please. Thank you.
Let me go back a little bit and see if I can hear.
May 2nd, 2022.
All right. Okay. And what is 167?
This is DNA report from May 2nd, 2022.
All right. State agrees that's what.
DNA report from May 22nd, I believe you said. Hang on. Let me just double check this. I'll listen to it again. DNA report from May 22nd. Let me listen to it again.
May 2nd, 2022.
All right. State agrees that's what. All right. And.
May 2nd, 2022.
All right.
May 2nd, 2024. Okay, so it's from there. It's interesting. The state want them to take this back, but the defense don't. So they're going to find some case law, like bullshit. Oh shit, let me turn it down a bit, otherwise you're going to fucking... We're live, so... The volume shouldn't be low, Mark. Oh, no, the volume was low, yes. It was a court. The court was very low, because they weren't speaking into mics. Yeah, they weren't speaking to mics. That's why it was low, people.
Asked to see 167. You all may be seated. Thank you. And the answer to that is yes. And I'm going to give this to our bailiff, Mr. Terrell. And you can look at it as you did yesterday. Just pass it along when you're finished. There is another question from you all, which I'm going to label number 5. And I will handle that in just a moment. Thank you.
So just remind, the call was low because they weren't in front of mics, people. So just bear that in mind. When they don't speak into the mics, it's low. So the judge is not low, but everyone else is low. So there's another question, question number 5, which we'll listen to in a little bit. But for now, this is a DNA report from May 2nd, 2024. A DNA report from May 2nd, 2024. State Exhibit 167. I muted again, for fuck's sakes. So it's the DNA report they're reviewing right now. So obviously I imagine it could be quite hefty. I don't know. I don't know who submitted it for the state. I don't know. It's boost. So once they speak into the mic, the judge should be clear for you all. It's not fully boosted, because if I do that, your ears are going to burst. Just remember, the attorneys are not speaking into the mics. Just remember that. They're not speaking into the mics as they're supposed to be doing. The judge is speaking into the mic. So the judge should be loud. Not loud, but she should be fine. The rest of them are not speaking. That's why they're so low. So I'm not going to boost it, because it's going to burst your eardrums out. But we're just waiting now for the jury to finish going through the report, whichever part of the report they need or want. But they are obviously looking at the DNA aspect of it. They've looked at his testimony. They're looking at the DNA aspect of it. Some would say this shows that they have reasonable doubt, but never second guess the jury. I just hate the waiting. I wish they would just say, well, I suppose they don't know they're allowed to say what parts and stuff. So the jury don't know that they can request parts if they want to. So because they don't, the judge allows them to do everything. So I don't know. Volume was fine here. So what the court's fine, you mean? The judge is fine, you mean? I literally... Right, anyway. We're not going anywhere, because question number 5 is in as well, but I suppose they want to watch them answer. Okay, that's fine then, Maki. That's fine. We'll ignore you from now on. That's fine. That's fine. Because I was wondering, because I don't understand that. Because if I was to boost it anymore, your eardrums would be gone. So that's why. That's fine. You're behind. That makes sense. What's for supper? I made some egg mayonnaise. Boiled egg, 2 boiled eggs. Mashed them up and put some sour cream in them. They're in the fridge now, and I have 2 crusty rolls that I'll be eating. So it's egg mayonnaise with crusty rolls for dinner. Also, I'm hoping that they're asking these questions to maybe justify some things for themselves, and that they're not far from a verdict. Because what could happen here is they might be debating stuff, and they're like, you're misinterpreting the evidence, or that's not how I view it, and that's why they want to go back and listen to stuff again. It's interesting that I would like to know whose report this is. Trying to look up some reports here. No, I don't have it. I'm not going to start looking. It is what it is anyway. It doesn't matter. What did you say? The bot should not be deleting any messages, Jizzy Chan. I've switched it off for that. Well, I mean, it depends how you call egg salad, Rhonda. It's just literally boiled egg. I mash it up and just put salad cream on it. Nothing else. Nothing else. No salt, no pepper, no salad, no anything. Just that. I see. I could never eat that, but that's a really good deal, though. Is it good? It is nice. Nobody puts sour cream on egg salad. I don't put sour cream, no. I put salad cream, not sour cream, Dave. Salad cream is different to sour cream, Dave. I wouldn't put sour cream in egg salad, no. It's not. It's more like mayo. It's salad cream, not sour cream. Salad, S-A-L-A-D. It's called salad cream. It's a little bit sweeter than mayo. Boiled eggs with mayonnaise, yes. Basically that, but the salad cream is a little bit, has got a little bit more kick to it than what mayonnaise has. But it's quite similar to mayonnaise, yes. You can see it on my phone, but not on computer. Yeah, the bot doesn't, it's not scheduled to delete anything, Jugs, so the bot doesn't delete. It doesn't have the power to delete anything. It just does the notifications automatically. The mods are the only ones that delete. The bot doesn't delete anything. Dylan puts tomatoes on his cornflakes. I do not, Dave. I do not. Like I don't know what basically I'll just say mayonnaise. It's mayonnaise with egg because it's easier for me just to say it's mayonnaise. That's fine. It's mayonnaise. Looks more like cheese. Bad Daza knows what I'm talking about. That's the only person here that knows what I'm talking about. So I'll just say it's mayonnaise with eggs. Oh. Oh, I don't know then, Jugs, unless Sarah P is on a mountain range, just deleting everything. So it's interesting, the state really want them to take stuff back to the, because the DNA reports, they want them to take them back. I presume they want to take him back just to rectify that, to remind them that Chris's DNA is, whatever, but the defense don't want them to. But, they started not allowing them, so they shouldn't just change their mind. Well, to be fair, Sarah P, do you remember that day we started deleting people and comments when the phone was in your back pocket? I love reminding Sarah P of the day that she literally caused havoc here. She timed a ton of people out and she started deleting comments, all because she phone was in the back of her ass, in the pocket of her trousers. Causing chaos, she was. Salad cream is just like mayonnaise, basically, Jonathan. My phone has not been in my pocket today. There you go. Mountain oyster salad. That does not sound that appetizing at all, mountain oyster salad. I was listening while vacuuming. Sarah P was sucking some stuff up, so she calls it vacuuming. I call it something else. Yeah, Josie, she was causing chaos in the chat. Everyone's like, why am I being timed out? Why am I being timed out? I know, JLK. Well, the one thing I'll say is at least they're being thorough. But do you also put the salad cream on salads like ranches? Yes, we do. We do. You do put it on other stuff, yes. Lots of people like to use salad cream. It's just it's very similar to mayonnaise, so the lamb puts beans on toast. I do put beans on toast and cheese. 2 slices of bread toasted, butter, cheese, layer of cheese on both, and then beans all over it. It's delicious. Baked beans, that is, not your kind of beans. Baked Heinz baked beans. She would, Jugs, if she could. She can't delete my messages, otherwise she would. UK salads are weird. I like our salads. I prefer our salads to your salads. Baked bean sandwiches. Oof. I'd allow it. I'd try it. I wonder now, what's the 5th question? That's what I want to know. What's the 5th question? How would you be thinking now as a defendant? You have to be shitting a brick right now. Do you know what I mean? Because you know, if he's found guilty, this bitch is going to throw the book at him. Chocolate mayonnaise cake. Fucking hell. JLK. Okay, you might be a weirdo as well then. Okay. You've never had a Jonathan salad. Yeah, I'm not sure I would trust a Jonathan salad. What bodily fluids would be in it? 2 raw eggs and a pint of milk, you don't even taste it. Yeah, bad dads is a little bit weird as well. So that is not a British cultural thing, by the way, people. Before you start thinking, that is a bad dads thing. Cold baked beans. I don't know. So I've had beans. I think your beans are slightly different to ours. I do eat cold baked beans. I've been known to eat them, but from a tin. Not. I wouldn't know how to make beans. Mayo in chocolate cake makes it so moist, and we all like it moist. So yeah, that makes sense. I've never tried it. I found a recipe for British baked beans and I'm thinking about trying it. We don't like American baked beans. Oh, okay. I never knew you could make British baked beans. A real salad has grapes and walnuts in it. I will agree with the grapes. I like grapes in my salad. I've never had walnuts in my salad, Jonathan. Rhonda would be shitting a brick. Always found that saying to be funny. Ouch. Yeah, I know. But yeah, but essentially it's to say you'd be worried. Baked beans for breakfast one morning was really good. Oh, from Kenya. There you go. Yeah, I like baked beans. Homemade baked beans in one of those old cool pots. I think your beans are different to ours. But, you know, mayo in the chocolate cake makes it more moist. I've never knew that. Oh, come on. Oh, fuck this bitch. Oh. Right, let's look at the poll then, because whilst we're waiting. Who do you believe is more guilty? Edrick or Chris? 87% says Chris. And I agree with you. Oh, so you put mayonnaise instead of eggs and oil. Mayo's is eggs and oil, right? Yeah, no, that's fair. I didn't even think about it. Didn't even think about it. 88% of you now saying Chris. I will end the poll there. How do I have more people responding to the poll than I do giving me likes? Put some more likes on the stream, people, if you haven't done so. No updates so far. So just remember, this is a different DNA report as well, so it's not the same DNA report. So they are looking at the DNAs. I hope they look at them carefully. And also understanding that there's no semen or anything of Edrick Faust on her body. They're still reviewing. No, I can't find it. Jeepers, come on. No, it's okay. Let them take their time. Because there is the jury, obviously, after all, so they're entitled to take as much time as they want. It's just annoying, right? I'll be back 2 seconds. Let me put the lights on. The lights are on, but no one's home. Just a reminder, as the jury are reading the DNA report, there's another question as well. They're just waiting for them to finish. Probably tell them to go back. They might send the jury back and then they'll discuss jury question number 5, whatever that is. I don't know what that's going to be yet, so we'll see. I just have to check sometimes to make sure that we're still live because it's so quiet. Here we go. Unmute the court.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to also instruct you, as I did yesterday 2 times. I'm going to give you the same instruction, that I'm going to caution you and remind you to consider the whole of the evidence and to refrain from giving greater emphasis to any evidence you may have heard twice. I'm going to ask you to go back into the jury room and continue your deliberations, but I do have question number 5 from our foreperson, so if I could see the foreperson up front just for a moment. Thank you very much. Madam Foreperson, your question is, how do we manage lunch today? Great question. So I guess the preference is going to be yours. I certainly can order lunch in, which I typically do for juries. If you all want a break, I will give you a lunch break to go outside. So I'm going to ask you. Absolutely, yes. All right. Y'all may be seated. Thank you.
This fucking mute button. So this court runs in a way where they have to all ask all questions all the time. So if they want to go home early, they got to ask a question. Can we go home early? If they want lunch, they got to ask, what do we do for lunch? If they want a break, they got to ask a question. When can we go out on lunch break and stuff? Which is stupid. It should just be a statement to say so most courts will give them a menu and say, right, in the morning, sort it out, whatever you want, sort it out, and then just let us know when you're going on break. Then the bailiff will just go and tell the judge they're on break now or something like that. This judge has a power trip. She wants everything in basic questions. Just like, you don't explain this to the jury though. They need to remove lunch breaks. No, I want them to have lunch breaks because it means that, look, whatever it is, they are deliberating. So, I mean, they are deliberating, so. And they're not come back on record, I don't think. So let's go back to the other testimony then. To see what else is coming up. Hang on.
I believe you said, and let me not get it wrong. What's the type of testing needed after presumptive testing? Is it just confirmatory testing?
Yeah, we refer to it as confirmatory testing.
Okay. If confirmatory testing is not done, is it fair to say that we don't know whether or not that substance is present, whatever it may be?
I wouldn't go that far necessarily, because when you conduct DNA testing, especially at that time, and considering the technology that was available, we retrieved a DNA profile from something. And what was tested for was blood. So to me, at that time, with the technology available, I would be very comfortable to say that the DNA profile came from blood.
And please forgive me. Please forgive me. So I'm not speaking of DNA testing.
Sure.
I'm not speaking of DNA testing at all. And please forgive me for not making that clear. I'm just speaking on, or I would like for you to explain to the jury, and not in regards to DNA testing, just the principles of presumptive testing versus confirmatory testing, and what it means if you have a presumptive positive versus a confirmatory positive, or if you don't confirm at all. That's what I'm trying to get at. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So when you perform only a presumptive test, and that is the standalone test, and no further testing is done, you cannot say that 100% this is that body fluid. If you do add the confirmatory test and do both in conjunction, and they're both positive, then you can confirm the presence of that body fluid. Additionally, though, in combination with DNA testing and a presumptive test for body fluid, that can also be confirmatory, as well as the DNA has to come from something.
Okay. So outside of DNA testing, if we have a test that's deemed a presumptive test, we would need to do confirmatory testing to ensure that it's properly identified.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you so much for your service to this great country. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolden? Go ahead.
Follow up a little bit on some of the last questions. Did I hear correctly that presumptive testing, along with other environmental factors surrounding the test itself, may be helpful? Is that what I heard you say? Or something to that effect? I'm not trying to put words. Let me back that up. Is presumptive testing, in your opinion, helpful?
I do believe presumptive testing is helpful, because there's a lot of, when you open an item of evidence, let's just say that you're looking for blood to see if blood is present. There can be all kind of staining on an item. If, for example, let's just say have a pair of khaki pants. You open up the pants, and again, you talk about visual analysis. So that's the first thing I would do when I open it up. And any stains would catch my eye. If you see stains that are reddish brown, those catch your eye, so you circle them and you do this presumptive testing. Well, many things can look like blood. Sometimes chocolate looks like blood. Sometimes, Georgia red clay looks like blood. There are many things that can look like blood, but doing that presumptive testing can initially go, okay, we can put that one aside because it's negative. I don't need to do anything further with that. Let me focus on any other stains that I see. And those stains that are presumptive, then you have to make a decision based on the case and the situation if you're going to go further to confirm it, or if it goes to DNA analysis or it stops.
Any recross, Mr. Cruz?
Have you heard of Lugol's iodine test?
I have heard of it, but I have never used it.
Okay. Do you know what it is?
I am not confident to speak to that at this moment. I have never used that test, but I know I have read about it.
Let me ask you this. Do you know if it was in existence in 2001?
I do not know if it was in it. I do not know, because as part of my reading and training, we read about historical things, and I apologize. I've never been trained on that, nor have I ever used that technique, but I have heard of it. I just don't recall.
Absolutely. That is fair. The computer that I gave you.
Yes.
Do you recognize that document? The chain of custody report?
I do recognize it as a chain of custody that was generated at the GBI, but I have not seen this in probably.
Just a quick update. According to Cathy Russell from Law and Crime, the court will get the jury lunch and they will deliberate throughout. So they're not taking a lunch break, they're going to deliberate throughout.
20-something years. It's not a part of my notes today that I was that I have.
Sure. Can you take a moment and just refresh your... And just in regards to your, and just to save time, just in regards to your portion of that report, chain of custody report, in regards to items 2I and 2J, and the, I think the first page.
Yes.
Okay. You do recognize that in regards to those specific items in the first page?
This first page, that's what you're...
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that that chain of custody report, at least with your notations on it, would have been made at or near the time that you received or relinquished possession of those items?
Yes, that's correct.
Would it be fair to say that the chain of custody report in regards to yourself was made by you and you had personal knowledge of whether or not you had those items or relinquished those items at that time?
Yes, I should have knowledge of whether I have an item in my possession or it's somewhere else.
And is that chain of custody report kept in the course of regular conducted business of the GBI?
Yes.
And was it the regular practice of the GBI when officers received items or relinquished items to make a notation on the chain of custody report?
Yes, it should be noted on the chain of custody. And any time the evidence was received or transferred from a location to a location or a person to a location.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate report? Does that appear to be altered in any way?
Again, I have not seen it in a really long time, but it appears to be what I recall as a complete chain of custody. There are items on here that I never had possession of, so I can't speak to that.
But to your items, does that appear to be altered in any way that you had possession or relinquished possession at the times notated on that report?
To the best of my recollection, it appears to be consistent.
Yep. Your Honor, I am going to mark this USB as Defense Exhibit 21. It will contain a redacted version of the chain of custody report, only including items 2I and 2J, and Ms. Corsi's possession and relinquishing of items 2I and 2J. Does that make sense, Your Honor?
Would you rephrase that?
Sure. So I'm moving to introduce Defense Exhibit D21.
Got that.
Yes, ma'am. And what it would consist of is a redacted copy of the, and I can make it easier for you. It'll include Ms. Corsi's portion of possessing items 2I and 2J, which Ms. Corsi has identified as oral swabs A and oral swabs B, as well as the first page identifying items 2I and 2J as oral swabs A and oral swab B.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bolden, any objection to the request for admission?
Your Honor, we don't actually have the document yet. So, like, I'm not exactly sure exactly what Mr. Cruz is intending to tender. So if he needs some time to produce it, because I just don't understand exactly what it is. I think I do, but I haven't seen it. So at this time, I would object. Once that document is produced, I'm happy to take a look.
Sure. May I produce it to the State, Your Honor? Is that fine?
Yes, and I will hold off ruling on that particular request until that process is done. You may continue your cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am. May I ask this? Can it be conditionally admitted based on me? Because the reason I ask that, the witness will be gone. So I just want to make sure that it can be conditionally admitted on the basis of
I don't think conditionally admitted is actually an appropriate way to handle it.
That's fair.
I have certainly heard the testimony. We can have it played back if we need to do that. I'll let you ask any other questions you need to.
Yes, ma'am.
To make sure you've asked everything you need to. I'll let the State do the same thing. And then I'll hear from both sides after the document that you're talking about is produced to the State.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Corsi, you received a subpoena from our office?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. Thank you so much. I don't have any other questions for you. May I approach you?
Yes.
Computer? Okay, excellent.
And any redirect from the State? All right. May this witness be excused.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Cruz, the state is asking for this witness to be excused. Any objection? All right, you are free to go. You may call your next witness.
Okay, so that was that witness. That was one DNA expert. I'm obviously just playing some bits because I don't remember all these things. So this is why the jury won't remember half these people or things that's going on. So that's why I think it's important to play some of these things so that we get some reminders for ourselves of what's going on. Alright, let's play the next one. So the next one I want to play is, because I don't remember this testimony, is this guy, the medical examiner. I don't remember his testimony in full, so I thought we'd play him as well, just so, you know, why not? Because I think it's important to remind ourselves, because I didn't take any notes, well, or much notes, so I think it would be beneficial to hear some of these as a reminder. Right, here we go. This is the next one. So again, medical examiner. He was one of the. He was early on, one of the first on this. So, hello, Erin. Erin Hack is here. Hello, Madeleine. Here we go.
Your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You can have a seat. Sir, if you could state and spell your name for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Andrew. Last name is Falzon. Falzon.
And, sir, where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed as a consultant pathologist with Mater Dei Hospital in Malta, Europe.
And what are your role, or what do you do as a consultant forensic pathologist there?
I oversee a pathology lab, one of the satellite labs on a separate island, and I also provide forensic services to the hospital.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your prior employment before working at the hospital in Malta?
So I started as a associate medical examiner with the state of Georgia, with the GBI in Decatur, Georgia. That was from 1999 to 2001. After that, I was the assistant medical examiner for Middlesex County, New Jersey. And then when my chief retired, I became the chief medical examiner for the county. And I then took over the chief state medical examiner position for the state of New Jersey.
Throughout your career, has it been part of your job to conduct autopsies when requested by law enforcement or otherwise?
Yes.
Approximately, if you know, over the course of your career, how many autopsies have you performed?
Over 3,500 post-mortem examinations.
Can you speak a little bit to your professional experience?
I graduated as a doctor of medicine and surgery from the University of Malta. I did a rotating internship there. I then started a master's degree program at the University of Mississippi Medical Center, and I graduated with a master's degree in anatomy in '92. I then enrolled in a pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at the University of Mississippi, and following that I did a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the University of Alabama, Birmingham.
Have you also had an occasion to teach in the area of pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, it did.
Can you speak just briefly to that, sir?
I usually, whichever locality I'm working at, I teach forensic pathology to various classes, usually undergrad classes.
Do you serve on any boards, sir?
As the chief state med examiner, I served on the Domestic Violence Fatality Near Fatality Review Board, and also the Child Fatality Review Board, both the State Board and the Suicide Subcommittee. I still serve on the Suicide Subcommittee of the Child Fatality Review Board.
Again, briefly, do you have trainings and certifications in the area of forensic pathology?
Once I completed my training in pathology, I took the American Board of Pathology certifying exams. I am board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Have you spoken at conferences related to the area of forensic pathology?
I've presented at mainly at the National Association of Medical Examiners meeting, but you know, on any research that myself or the office was conducting.
And have you previously testified in court before as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
Do you know how many times?
Over 100 times, mainly in the state of New Jersey, but also in the state of Georgia.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Dr. Falzon as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
All right, any objection by the defense, or would you like to voir dire the witness?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This witness is declared an expert in the area of forensic pathology. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Falzon, I'd like to turn your attention back to January the 20th of 2001. Just to be clear, where were you working at that time, sir?
At that time, I was working with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in Decatur, Georgia.
And on that date, did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on the body of Tara Baker?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe briefly the condition in which the body was received?
The body was received enclosed in a black body bag, and the body, my recollection was that she was unclad, she didn't have any clothes on her, and it was extremely charred.
Do you take steps to ensure that the person you are performing the autopsy on matches the, I guess, submission from law enforcement, I guess?
Yes, I do.
Okay. At the time, do you recall, or would you have noted receiving any historical or case information related to the request for the autopsy?
Typically we would receive that. I haven't seen any copies of those recently, so I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Can you tell us briefly what an autopsy consists of?
An autopsy is a post-mortem examination, typically performed to establish the cause and manner of death. We would start by reviewing the history surrounding the case. Then we'd move on to the examination of the body. Certain cases, we would do x-rays prior to actually starting the examination. Then you describe the clothing, remove the clothing, collect any trace evidence if indicated, and then you start the external examination, the examination of the body from head to toe, front and back. Once that is documented and you look for any injuries, document those, take the necessary photographs, then you move on to an internal examination whereby we do an incision across the chest and abdomen, remove the organs of the chest and the abdomen. We'll make an incision across the top of the scalp, remove the skull cap, examine the brain, and then finally we'd examine the neck organs. During the course of the autopsy, we'll also collect specimens for toxicology and DNA as indicated.
You also take photographs while the autopsy is being conducted?
Correct.
And is it common practice to reduce the findings of your autopsy in the form of a written report?
Yes.
Nice. Dr. Falzon, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is State's Exhibit 1?
It is a copy of the autopsy report drafted and signed by myself.
And is that the autopsy related to the case involving Tara Baker?
Correct.
I'd move to tender States 1 at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Dr. Falzon, I'm going to go through your report kind of sequentially as it's outlined in State's Exhibit 1. Let's talk a little bit about the receipt of the body. I think I kind of just touched on this earlier, but if you could speak to what your report reflects as to how the body was received.
Correct. The body bag was, there were tags affixed to the body bag zipper that had the case information relevant to this case.
Can you speak generally to, you mentioned an external examination. We're going to try and take it in order. What was the first thing that you did with Ms. Baker as it relates to that external examination?
Photographs would have been taken, and then overall assessment of the body, the charring, the degree of rigor mortis, and the stiffening of the muscles that happened post-mortem, any lividity, the settling of blood in the dependent areas, general observations.
Let's talk a little bit about the injuries that you noted to Ms. Baker's body, starting with those on the head and neck, sir. Can you describe those in general?
The injuries on the head and neck were mainly in the form of blunt force injuries. When we describe injuries, there's three main categories: blunt force injuries that are caused by a blunt instrument, whether that be a fist, a piece of wood, a hammer. Those are all blunt force injuries. There's sharp force injuries that are caused by objects with a cutting edge. Could be a knife, could be a shard of glass. And then there's gunshot wounds. In the case of Ms. Baker, she had multiple blunt force injuries, mainly in the form of bruises around the eyes, the right and left sides of the head, and on the neck. She also had, on the neck, she also had a stab wound on the right lower front of the neck, and she had a ligature mark that surrounded the neck.
Okay. Specifically as it relates to the stab wound, can you describe in a little bit more detail what you observed?
The stab wound, like I said, was on the right lower front. When I describe a stab wound, typically I will imagine the face of a clock overlying the wound. And in this case, the wound was oriented between the 10 o'clock and the 4 o'clock on the lower front of the neck.
Okay. You also mentioned a ligature mark encircling Ms. Baker's neck. Can you speak a little bit more to that, please?
Yes. The ligature mark completely encircled the neck. It had one mark on the back of the neck and two marks on the front, which indicated that the ligature had been wrapped around the neck, crossed over in the front, and the ligature held on the sides.
Did you note any other injuries to Ms. Baker's neck?
She had some blunt force injuries to the neck. Not sure if there was something specific here, if I may look at the report. Yeah, she had contusions, bruises below on the left ear, below the left ear, and behind the left ear.
Moving, and we'll come back to that momentarily, Dr. Falzon. Did your external examination of Ms. Baker also include injuries to her torso?
It did, yes.
And again, I'm going to ask you to briefly summarize the extent of those injuries that you observed.
The injuries to the torso were mainly in the genital and anal area.
Can you go into a little bit more detail about those injuries, sir?
Again, they were in the form of blunt force injuries, bruising on the right side of her vulva down to the posterior aspect of the vulva, and she also had a bruise that completely encircled the anal region.
And lastly, Dr. Falzon, did you note any injuries to Ms. Baker's extremities?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
Those were mainly in the form of sharp force injuries, injuries caused by a cutting instrument, and they were limited to the back of her hand, which could be classified as defensive type injuries, the injuries that a person would sustain trying to ward off an attack.
Did part of your internal examination of Ms. Baker include examination of the organs of the neck?
Yes, I did.
And particularly, what, if anything, did you observe in that part of the internal examination of Ms. Baker?
As part of the examination of the neck structures, we look at the bones and the cartilages that make up the neck. One of the bones that we have in the neck is called the hyoid bone. It's a C-shaped bone that sits above the larynx. With cases of strangulation, we often see fractures in the hyoid bone. In the case of Ms. Baker, there were fractures on both the right and left sides of the hyoid bone.
And based on your training and experience, sir, what, if any, significance did you attribute to your observation as it related to Ms. Baker's broken hyoid bone?
That was part of the strangulation process.
So not that it's, rock set in stone, but strangulation is a very personal thing. So which leads to believe that it's more likely than not to be Chris. Because if you go that personal with somebody, that means you know them or loathe them. But obviously you can't admit that into evidence, but that's what it leads me to think.
Dr. Falzon, you mentioned that as part of the autopsy, you do take photographs
Correct.
Bear with me just a second, Dr. Falzon. It's 2 through 7. I'll show you what's been labeled. It's 2 through 7. We're going to finish labeling them. The rest of the photos here in just a moment. But if you could take a look at, again, states 2 through 7. Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
Are those states exhibits 2 through 7 fair and accurate representations of the autopsy that you described of Ms. Baker back on January 20th, 2001?
Yes, they are.
Move to tender states 2 through 7.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted.
And again, I realize this is a little cumbersome.
You may.
This, Dr. Falzon, is states 8 through 14. Same question. Take your time. Take your time. See if you recognize those. And then one last group.
You may.
This is states 15 through 22. Last time. States, I believe, 8 through 22, are those also all true and accurate depictions of your observations of Ms. Baker's body as you observed her at the autopsy on January 20th, 2001?
They are.
Move to tender states 8 through, well, let me just start back, 22 through 22.
All right. Well, 2 through 7 have been admitted, so we're now on 8 through 22.
8 through 22.
All right. Mr. Cruz, any objection?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted. And how are you planning on doing that? Just handing them to them? Okay, so that's what I'm asking. So we've had a prior ruling, thank you. So just for any red and black persons who may be here under Rule 22 with a photo opportunity that the court granted, the Rule 22 has been amended to prohibit the media from taking any photographs or videos, of course, of these particular photos that the state is going to introduce to the jury. So if you can turn, thank you for doing that. I saw you turn your camera off. If anyone is here from the red and black pursuant to Rule 22, if you would please not photograph. Go ahead, Mr. Bolden.
Your Honor, and I think the court may have to switch. So, Dr. Falzon, you should have a monitor down there to your right. Okay. Dr. Falzon, we're going to start with State's Exhibit 2. What is State's Exhibit 2, sir?
It's a photograph of the body of Miss Baker as received, and it depicts the face, the torso from the chest down to the hip area, and the upper extremities.
State's Exhibit 3, same question.
This would depict the lower aspect of Ms. Baker from the upper chest, including the lower extremities, and you can see the charring of the body in this photograph.
State's Exhibit 4. What do we see here, sir?
This is a photograph of the face of Ms. Baker, showing a degree of charring and also the blunt force injuries that I alluded to prior, notably the bruising around the eyes.
State's Exhibit 5. Is that just a slightly different angle of her face?
Correct. It's a slightly closer up view of the face.
Same question as it relates to State's Exhibit 6.
Again, closer up view, focusing mainly on the right eye.
State's Exhibit 7.
This depicts the left side of the face, and there's again charring, and you can see there's a braided laceration, kind of like a U-shaped, inverted U-shaped lesion on the left side of the chin.
State's Exhibit 8.
Okay. This is a photograph depicting the left side of the face, neck, and the left shoulder, and you can see the ligature mark on the posterior aspect of the neck.
State's Exhibit 9, is that just kind of a closer up photograph of what you just described?
Correct. And you can see the single linear mark that extends over the posterior neck. And you can also see the bruising behind the left ear.
This is State's Exhibit 10. What do we see here, Dr. Falzon?
It's a photograph of the neck aspect. You could see the ligature mark on the top, which is an electric cord, and you can see the plug aspect, the prongs on the left-hand side of the photograph.
And Dr. Faust, I think you can actually, if it would be helpful, you can, the screen in front of you, you can touch and circle things. Just to clarify what you just described as it relates to the ligature, and I think Your Honor might have to, Mr. Dickey explained that there's a, within, yes. All right. So you've made some drawings on...
The U-shaped, I need to erase that. Okay. But so I'm marking here the cord, and that's the prong aspect and the plug attached to the cord there.
In this photograph, is the stab wound that you previously described also identifiable in this photograph?
That would be...
Right. Thank you, sir. State's Exhibit 11. What do we see here, sir?
Again, you see the cord here. Difficult to see because it's...
And the circle at the end, is that the...
That's the end of the
plug to the...
Plug, yeah.
It's Exhibit 12. What are we seeing here, Dr. Falzon?
It's the front of the neck. Again, there was extensive charring, and there was a lot of smeared, dried blood on the skin. But you could see the stab wound, and the stab wound had what we refer to as the blunt edge and the sharp edge. When you have a knife, obviously you have a cutting edge of the knife, and the back, the non-cutting part of the blade, and they both leave kind of distinct characteristics. But this would be the blunt end there at the back. So you see the blunt end on the, I guess, on the right-hand side of the body, with the sharp edge more directed towards the middle of the body.
We're going to come back to that later, Dr. Falzon, but I'm going to move on for now. This is State's Exhibit 13. Is that just a slightly different angle of the stab wound that you just described?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 14, particularly on Ms. Baker's left shoulder. Did you reach any conclusions about that area where there's no charring, sir, if that question makes sense?
Right. It looks like an area of what we'd call sparing. There's no soot and charring on that area, and most likely that was where the plug was resting, kind of like protecting the skin from the soot deposition.
State's Exhibit 15. Is that just a slightly different picture of different angle of?
Correct. Closer up view.
What we just described. Okay. Okay. These are where it gets even tougher. State's Exhibit 16, Dr. Falzon. What is this photograph?
That's a photograph depicting Ms. Baker's genital area. You can see the bruising. The above, this would be kind of like an area of charring, heat damage. So this is not part of the injury she sustained while she was alive. but you can also see the bruising around the introitus, the entryway to the vagina.
And we're going to follow up on that with State's Exhibit 17. Again, I apologize. State's Exhibit 17, what is this a photograph of, Dr. Falzon?
This is a slightly different angle of the anovaginal area. You could see a bruising that completely surrounds the anus, which would be this area here. And then you see the bruising on the right-hand side and the posterior aspect of the introitus, the entrance into the vagina.
State's Exhibit 18, is that just a slightly different angle of the last photograph, sir?
Correct.
Almost done. State's Exhibit 19, shifting gears. What are we looking at here, sir?
This is a photograph of the back of Miss Baker's left hand.
State's Exhibit 20, is that just a slightly different viewpoint of that left hand?
Correct, and it's showing what we refer to as an incised wound. With sharp force injuries, you can have stab wounds where the knife is actually penetrates, the blade penetrates into the body, or you can have an incised wound where the cutting edge is dragged along the surface of the skin. This here is an incised wound that we see in that area there.
State's Exhibit 21, again, are we just kind of looking at that same left hand, sir?
Correct, and you can also see there's another incised wound, another cut in the web space between the fourth and fifth fingers. So that would be that area there.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 22, is that just a picture of the ligature that you previously described after it had been removed from Ms. Baker's body?
Correct.
Dr. Falzon, I want to first talk about the injuries that you've described and the photos that we've seen in Ms. Baker's genital area. And you've described those, and we've seen the photographs. Based on your training and experience, coupled with your observations of that area of Ms. Baker's body, what, if any, significance can you attribute to the causation of those injuries?
Those would be caused by sexual intercourse with force used.
As it relates, and then I realize I'm jumping around a little bit, as it relates to your observations with regards to the ligature and Ms. Baker's, the fact that her hyoid bone had been broken, and again, based on your training and experience, what, if any, significance do you attribute to the causation of those injuries?
So the injuries on the neck that we saw from the cord and the fractures of the hyoid bone would be the result of strangulation, ligature strangulation.
And then Dr. Falzon, as it relates to your observations of the stab wound that you've previously described on Ms. Baker's neck and the wounds, which I believe you previously referred to as defensive type wounds to her left hand, do you have, and again, based on your training and experience, do you have an opinion as to the mechanism by which those injuries may have occurred?
Those would be sharp force injuries inflicted by a knife. Just to expand on the stab wound, because we described the injury on the skin, but once the internal examination is performed, there was actually injury to the internal jugular vein on the right side, which is the main vein that drains blood from the right side of the brain, which would explain the amount of hemorrhage, the blood on Ms. Baker's skin. And that would have been caused by a knife.
Okay. And did you, were you able to form an opinion as to how that stab wound may have been inflicted?
Given the orientation, the location, and the orientation of the wound, as part of the assessment of the stab wound, I also try to ascertain the direction in which the stab wound was penetrated into the body. So in case of the stab wound that we saw on Ms. Baker's, right neck, the knife entered through the skin and it went from front to back, downwards and to the left. In my experience, that has often been due to somebody being stabbed with the perpetrator standing behind the victim and forcing the knife into the body cavity like that.
And again, referring to your observations as to the incised wounds on Ms. Baker's left hand, what, if anything, do those wounds tell you about what you just referenced?
Those would indicate that Ms. Baker would have been in the process of trying to protect herself from the stabbing while it was being performed.
Would it be helpful to the jury to kind of demonstrate what you've just described, sir?
Yes.
Well, Your Honor, is it okay if I ask Dr. Falzon to step down into the well?
It's fine.
Dr. Falzon, I'm going to hand you what is very clearly a rubber knife. And I'm going to be Ms. Baker. And so what you just described on the stand, sir, if you could kind of describe or show exactly what you just meant.
So the entry wound would have been somewhere here. So with holding the knife like this, the blunt end would be at the 10 o'clock position, and the sharp end would be at the 4 o'clock position like that.
And again, as it relates to the injuries to the hand, how would that, in your estimation, have occurred?
So if she was trying to hold on to, that would explain the cut on the space between the fourth and the fifth finger. Again, the direction would be front to back, downwards and to the left.
Thanks, sir. You guys back in. Dr. Falzon, based on everything that we've talked about, well, actually, I'm going to back up just a little bit. Did your autopsy of Ms. Baker reveal anything as it related to her larynx?
She did, yes, I did examine the larynx, the voice box where the vocal cords sit, and she did have a slight amount of soot present below the vocal cords.
And did you also, as part of this autopsy, request or refer Ms. Baker's blood be tested for the presence of carboxyhemoglobin?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with the results of that report?
Yes, I am.
And what was that?
I believe it was between 6 and 14%. I may have to jog my memory. I gave you back the report, but.
Now, let's talk a little bit about carboxyhemoglobin.
Okay.
What is that, sir?
Hemoglobin is a molecule that transports oxygen. It picks up oxygen in the lungs, takes it and deposits it in the periphery of the body, and it picks up carbon dioxide and releases that back in the lungs during respiration. Now, when as part of the fire, carbon monoxide is formed. So carbon dioxide is carbon with 2 oxygens. Carbon monoxide is carbon with 1 oxygen. Carbon monoxide tends to attach somewhat more strongly to the hemoglobin molecule, and it actually prevents hemoglobin from transporting oxygen. So when somebody is exposed to a fire, we test the blood for carboxyhemoglobin, which is essentially hemoglobin attached to a carbon monoxide molecule.
And so based on your observations of soot being deposited below Ms. Baker's voice box and the results of the carboxyhemoglobin test that you just described and testified to, is that significant in any way to you, in your opinion, doctor?
The level of carboxyhemoglobin was not high enough to be considered a cause of death. Typically, we expect carboxyhemoglobin to be more than 50%. People who smoke tend to have, elevated carboxyhemoglobin levels. But in the case of Ms. Baker, the presence of the soot below the vocal cords and the slightly elevated carboxyhemoglobin level would indicate that she was still alive when the fire was set.
Thank you, Dr. Falzon. So again, just to summarize everything that you've testified to thus far, were you able to form an opinion as to the cause of death of Ms. Baker?
Yes, I did.
What was that opinion?
So she died of a ligature strangulation and a stab wound of the neck. I also described the bruising on the head, the blunt force trauma of the head. As part of the internal examination, I did examine the brain, and there was some subarachnoid hemorrhage on the surface of the brain. So the other contributory factor would be blunt force trauma of the head.
Did you rule the manner of death, Ms. Baker's death, a homicide?
Yes, it did.
Overruled.
Dr. Falzon, you mentioned that part of a autopsy may include taking an X-ray or radiograph if there is evidence of a stab wound. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct.
Why do you do that?
When somebody is stabbed, the
Yes, sir.
Relevance. It's undisputed that Ms. Baker was stabbed.
All right, Mr. Bolden, do you care to respond to the objection?
Trying to allow Dr. Falzon to testify to everything that was done as part of Ms. Baker's autopsy.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
That's for the same courtesy during our examination, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz. What do you mean by that?
We just asked for the same courtesy that the Honorable State has received.
When there's an objection made, I will rule on it. Mr. Bolden, you may continue.
Oh, she was pissed with that in front of the jury as well. She was pissed. What do you mean, Mr. Cruz? Well, you don't very fair to the defense, Your Honor, so I want the same courtesy. So go fuck yourself.
Do you also obtain a sample of Ms. Baker's blood?
Yes, they do.
What is the purpose of that?
That would be performed to collect the specimens to submit for testing for toxicology.
And is a blood spot filter card also submitted?
Yes.
And
All right. I'm going to sustain that objection, Mr. Bolden, if you'll rephrase.
okay, I will rephrase it, Your Honor. What other physical evidence is, I guess, obtained or submitted as part of an autopsy?
To establish a reference point for DNA testing, a blood spot filter card is prepared whereby we take a filter paper card and we put...
I don't think so, Crystal, lovely. I don't think that there was any of that put in. That I remember anyway.
drops of the victim's blood that is air dried and then submitted for analysis.
Was a sexual assault kit obtained in this case?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain briefly what we mean by sexual assault kit?
A sexual assault kit has various components to it which help in collecting evidence in cases where sexual assault is suspected. It would have swabs to collect DNA. It would have slides whereby we smear the swabs and prepare smears to look at under a microscope. It would have nail clippers to clip nails and envelopes, put those nail clippings in. And it would also have envelopes for head samples of head hair, pubic hair, and pubic hair combings.
And I apologize if you mentioned this already, but when you're talking about swabs, from where on Ms. Baker's body were those swabs obtained?
Swabs are taken from the mouth, oral swabs, from the vagina, and from the anus.
And again, I apologize if I just misheard. You mentioned smears as well. How are those smears created?
The smears are created from the swabs. So we put a Q-tip with a cotton tipped end, and that would be inserted in the cavity, the oral cavity, the vagina, the anus. Once fluid is absorbed onto the cotton tip, while it is still wet, we would take the glass slide and smear the tip of the Q-tip on that slide to prepare the smear.
I was muted. Let me find it because we don't get to see the defense there. So, hang on.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bolden.
That would be inserted once fluid.
We have a motion.
All right.
On that slide, the glass slide.
Okay, I found one from someone else. Shall I just play this one? Yeah, might as well just play this one.
and smear the tip of the Q-tip on that slide to prepare the smear.
Your Honor, we have a motion.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you go into the jury room. Don't discuss the case. This is a good time for a bathroom break. We will be with you shortly. All right, y'all may be seated. Thank you.
One is empty. So that's empty.
Your objection is to Exhibit 31.
Correct. But I do
Okay.
have a motion.
No, but I want to hear your objection, and then you can make your other motion. Go ahead.
I believe the purpose of showing this to Dr. Valjean is for the purposes of identifying the items that he collected. Ever here tonight. So we object to the state simply giving Dr. Valjean the bag as exhibit 31.
Okay.
All the other items from the ones that we observed on the inside, you know what? We did this presumptive test. These are actual, excuse me, these are now, Alex, show the unrecorded state exhibit. Course indulgence.
Please be seated. Mr. Bolden?
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me, Dr. Falzon. I think we were talking about the collection of the sexual assault kit. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I am going to, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor. I think, Dr. Falzon, this is State's Exhibits 23 through 33. Dr. Falzon, let's start with State's Exhibit 23.
Yes.
What is that, sir?
It's a clear plastic box with a label marked with the case information, and it's marked fingernails left hand.
And would that be the fingernail clippings that you took from Ms. Baker's body on January the 20th, 2001?
Correct.
Move to tender States 23, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States Exhibit 24, Doctor, what is that?
It's a clear plastic bag sealed with evidence tape. There's two clear plastic boxes, each one with a label with the case information. One is marked toenails right and the other one toenails left.
Again, same question as before. Are those related to the autopsy that you've been describing this morning?
Correct.
How do you know that, sir?
Each one has a label on them with the decedent's name, Clark County, the age, race, and sex, and the unique case identifying number assigned to this case.
Move to tender States 24, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, ma'am. I won't have any objections to any of those outside of the objection I already put on the record.
All right, thank you. Number 24 is admitted, and you may proceed, Mr. Bolden.
States 25, Dr. Falzon, what is that?
25, it's a white paper envelope sealed with evidence tape, and the label with the case information, and this one is marked oral swabbings B.
And again, same question. Is that related to the autopsy that you performed on Ms. Baker on January 20th, 2001?
It is.
Move to tender states 25, Your Honor.
All right, and based on Mr. Cruz's assertion, is that right, sir, that there's no objection?
Outside of my prior objection.
All right. Then it is admitted. Thank you. And that's number 26?
25.
25. All right, 25. Thank you. Go ahead.
States Exhibit 26. What is that, Doctor?
Same white envelope with evidence tape and the unique case identification information, and this one is marked oral swabbings A.
Move to tender states 20. Now I've forgotten. 26, Your Honor.
26. Mr. Cruz, any objection, sir? All right, it is admitted.
States Exhibit 27, Dr. Falzon. What is that?
White envelope, red evidence tape, label with the unique case information, and this one is marked rectal swabbings.
Move to tender states 27.
Mr. Cruz, any objection, sir?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 28. What is that, Dr. Falzon?
State Exhibit 28 is a brown cardboard folder, has a label marked with the unique case identification information, and this one is labeled anorectal swab.
Move to tender state 28.
Any objection, sir?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 29, Dr. Falzon. What is that?
29, again, is a cardboard folder with the unique identification label, and this is marked auto swab.
Move to tender states 29.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
That was 29, yes.
29, is that right, Dr.
Yeah,
Falzon?
yeah.
Okay, good. States 30, what is that?
30 is a white cardboard box, again, marked with the label with the unique case information, and this one is marked vaginal smear.
Move to tender states 30.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 31. What is that, Doctor?
A clear plastic envelope with the label with the case information, and this one is marked known pubic hair of victim.
Move to tender states 31.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am. The same objection I put on the record.
All right, and thank you. Any further comment by the state? All right, I'm going to overrule your objection. Your objection is noted. It is admitted over objection.
States 33. Dr. Falzon, what is that?
33 is a clear plastic envelope marked with the case information, and this is the combings, pubic combings of victim.
Move to tender states 33, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Is that everything that I handed you?
Did we do 32?
Oh, 32? Did I skip that? I apologize. States 32. I got ahead of myself. What is states 32?
Clear plastic bag marked with case information, and this is marked known head hair of victim.
Move to tender states 32, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? It is admitted.
I'm going to not go through all of those pieces of evidence, Dr. Falzon, but I want to start. This is State 30. There's the sticker. I think I can zoom in. State 30. Again, what is that, sir?
This is a cardboard folder and marked with the case information, and this would contain the glass slides with the smears of the vaginal, taken by the vaginal swab.
How would or was State's Exhibit 30 created?
The first we do the swab. So, like I mentioned, you have the Q-tip swab, that we insert into the orifice, in this case the vagina, to collect the fluids on the swab. Once that is removed, we take the glass slide and we rub the cotton tip across the glass slide to transfer cells from the Q-tip onto the smear, onto the slide, and thus creating a smear.
Thank you, sir. Then this is State 28. Again, I'm just going to show you the back that has the sticker, then I'm going to flip it over. What is State's 28?
That again would be the anorectal swab. Actually, this would be a glass slide, so that would be the smear.
And would that have been created in the same manner that you just described for the vaginal swab, smears?
Correct. So the swab would be inserted into the anorectal orifice, collect the fluid from that area, and then transfer it onto the smear, onto the glass slides.
Same question for State 29. I'm just showing the sticker there. What is State 29, just to be clear?
That would be the oral swab. Again, this would be the smear made from the oral swab.
So let's talk a little bit about the swabs. I'm going to start with State's 25, which has been admitted into evidence. State's 25, what is that?
It's marked oral swabbings B.
Okay. And then just for clarification, State's 26, what are we looking at there?
This is marked oral swabbings A.
Dr. Falzon, I realize it's been a long time since this. I guess let me ask the question this way. Would you have collected two different sets of oral swabs back in 2001?
No.
What, if anything, can you attribute to the fact that two of those are labeled oral swabs and there is not one labeled vaginal swabs?
The swabs are collected during the course of the autopsy. As indicated in the report, I collected oral, anal, and vaginal swabs. Once the swabs are collected, as soon as they are removed, we take the swab tip and create the smear. So the swab is prepared, the smear is prepared, the smear is packaged, Because the swab is moist, if it is packaged right away, because of the moisture, mold grows on the tips of the cotton tips of the swabs. So the swabs have to be air dried prior to packaging. Every autopsy, the doctor has an assistant to help with the case. So the swabs would be placed in a small cabinet marked with the name, and it would be marked oral, anal, and vaginal. And the technician would package those swabs once they have air dried and package and label those.
Was that common policy and procedure at the crime lab back in 2001?
It was.
Bear with me, Dr. Falzon. I did want to go back and ask a few more questions about the fact that Miss Baker had a broken hyoid bone, and you've described what that bone is. Can you talk just a little bit more about the hyoid bone in general in a young person like Ms. Baker?
The hyoid bone, like I said, is a C-shaped bone that sits just above the voice box. Initially, the bone is a little bit pliable. Young people have softer bones. As we grow older, that bone starts to get more calcified and become more brittle. So in younger people, you're less likely to see fractures of the hyoid bone as opposed to older people. But again, in this case, there were fractures both on the right and the left-hand side of the hyoid bone.
And based on that observation and your knowledge of that part of the human anatomy, do you have an opinion as to the amount of force that would have been necessary to break that bone?
It was a significant amount of force.
And to follow up on that a little bit more, Dr. Falzon, you've described the ligature previously and the ligature marks on Miss Baker. Now, with the hyoid bone as well, do you have an opinion as to, and again, taking into account all of your observations from Miss Baker's autopsy, do you have an opinion as to the manner in which that strangulation with the ligature occurred?
Like I said earlier, the ligature encircled the entire neck, so it passed from behind, looped in the front, and then the ends of the ligature held on each side.
And anything about the existence of those defensive wounds on Miss Baker's left hand that we previously described, is that significant in any way as to your findings related to the ligature?
I wouldn't say to the ligature. It's more in relationship to the
stabbing.
Wound.
I understand. Known reference sample of the defendant. Dr. Falzon, yes, those are all the questions I have for now. Mr. Cruz will have some questions, sir.
Mr. Cruz, cross-examination.
For those of you wondering, like I was, what the Exhibit 167 was, shout out to JP who found it. It is this item.
May.
167, 168. It states that 167, a copy of the report that he generated on May 2nd that involved true allele analysis without the known reference sample of the defendant Edrick Faust.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's what it was. It was her testimony. Asked about the Edrick. It's a report from the GBI forensic biologist Ashley Hinkle. Ash, let me Google that then. We'll take that. So that was it. Thank you to JP for that, because I was getting pissed off. I couldn't find it. Okay, so this is this is a paraphrase of what her testimony hang on. Okay, so she testified. Ashley Hinkle, a GBI forensic biologist, testified about the DNA testing from 2005 and 2015 on the latex glove found at the scene of Edrick Faust's home. So it matched the primary profile from the inner piece of the glove matched Edrick Faust with a probability of matching 1 in 300 quadrillion in the population. Hinkle stated that the DNA testing in 2015 is consistent with DNA gathered in 2005. True allele is a probabilistic genotyping system that breaks down complex mixtures into possible genotypes for individual contributors and assign the probability for each possible. That doesn't help me. I will look for her testimony now, because I'd be intrigued to hear, not the prosecution, but to hear from what she says on the cross, because I don't remember it. I don't remember. Oh, I do remember her, but I don't remember some of the stuff. Okay. Well, I have a direct. Try to find her cross. Right, let's go into law. Was it law crime tree? Okay. Videos. Right, here we go. Okay, no, none of those. Right, no, none of those. I don't want that. Testimony. Edrick Faust trial. Right, hang on. Oh shit. Shit. Alright, I think it was the true allele results, wasn't it? Okay, I'll just skip to where, there you go, I'll play from
A comparison, and those were of Tara Baker, Chris Melton, and Edrick Faust.
And then actually, I think, was there a time that you used TrueAllele to interpret this data but without the known reference sample of Mr. Faust?
Yes, my first report a comparison, and those were of Tara Baker from the rectal swabs, oral swabs B, and oral swabs Tara Baker.
Okay. And did you have the opportunity to review the data that Ms. Wood relied upon to form her conclusions as to those pieces of evidence?
Yes, I did.
And based on your observations of her data and results, were you able to form your own conclusions as to DNA analysis that was performed on both?
Court is back, people. Court is back. Court is back. I don't know why, but court's back.
So let's get everybody ready in place. I'm going to leave the moment.
Is this a verdict? I don't know what this is. She's going, let's get everyone in place. So all I know is the judge came on and said, let's get everyone in place. So I don't know what that means. Is there a verdict? Is there a verdict? Is there a clock? Hang on, let's go into here. Not guilty. Okay. They don't say anything. Okay. The stream is choppy as fuck as well. Verdict is in. The verdict is in. It's a verdict. We have a verdict, people. Just been confirmed. We have a verdict. So that's why she wanted everyone. There you go. Oh, thank you as well, Sherry. I've just seen that. Yeah, it's a verdict. We do have a verdict, people. Okay, here we go. That's why she wanted everyone back in order. I hope this is not going to be choppy now. Because it became choppy. Yes, we got it, people. You got it. We got it. Verdict. Yes, we got it. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know what this, oh, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I am nervous. I am nervous. I'll be back. I'm going to have to wash my fucking hands because I'm nervous.
All right, we are on the record. Council's at the table. Number 6, note. To the judge, the jury is ready to deliver the verdict. State ready?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, defense ready? All right, thank you. You may bring the jury out. Actually, hang on just a moment. I'm sorry. I want to say something to the audience. So, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, I want to make sure that you understand, and you have been very understanding so far. So this is not an accusation. This is just a direction for everyone who's in the courtroom. This is a courtroom, and it is a court of law. There is to be no yelling or screaming or jumping up and down or any carrying on. Again, this is a court of law. Any kinds of those demonstrations of emotions need to be reserved for outside the courthouse. I'm going to ask for decorum. I'm going to demand it, but certainly ask all of you to continue behaving in the appropriate way that you all have been. And I appreciate everyone's patience. I appreciate everyone's cooperation. But I'm instructing all of you again that this is a court of law and everyone is to remain calm. Thank you. You may bring the jury out. All 12. Thank you. You all may be seated. Madam Foreperson, I understand the jury has reached a verdict. Is that correct? Would you please hand it to Mr. Terrell? The court will look it over first. Then I'm going to hand it back to you, Madam Foreperson, to read it out loud, called publishing in open court. Thank you. All right, Madam Foreperson, if you would read the verdict from top to bottom. You may remain seated. If it's easier for you to stand, you certainly can. If you'll pull that microphone in front of you down to you, read it from top to bottom. It is called, again, publishing the verdict. Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay. The jury finds the defendant on the following counts. Count 1, malice murder, guilty. Count 2, felony murder, guilty. Count 3, felony murder, guilty. Count 4, felony murder, guilty. Count 5, felony murder, guilty. Count 6, burglary, guilty. Count 7, aggravated sodomy, guilty. Count 8, rape, guilty. Count 9, aggravated assault, guilty. Count 10, aggravated sodomy, guilty. Count 11, assault, guilty. Count 10, aggravated sodomy, guilty. Count 11, arson in the first degree, guilty. Count 12, possession of a knife during commission of a felony, guilty.
All right, Madam Foreperson, if you would present that verdict to our bailiff. Mr. Terrell, if you'll bring it up to the bench. May I see counsel at the bench for you all to review the form of the verdict. Thank you. Any objection to the form of the verdict by the state?
No from the state, Your Honor.
Any objection to the form of the verdict by the defense? Thank you. You may be seated. Do either party want to poll the jury? I'll ask the state first.
State does not, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, defense? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to poll each and every one of you, and that means the court is going to ask each juror the same questions and answer how you feel is best. I'm going to start on the front row with Madam Foreperson. Was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. I'm now going to go from right to left. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Ma'am, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Ma'am, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Ma'am, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Anything else from the state with regard to polling the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, anything else with regard to polling the jury, sir? All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your service to this county, Clark County. It has been a long month. You have been very patient. You have always been here on time. I'm going to release all of you from any further attendance in this case. With the thanks of the court, you are all going to be free to go in just a moment. The bailiff will lead you to the front door as usual. You will be escorted to the elevator and escorted to the parking deck to your cars. With the thanks of the court, you are all free to go. Thank you. Everyone keep their place, please. No? I certainly can do that.
Wow.
And I will give counsel leave to leave the courtroom and speak to the jury if they want to. Everyone else needs to remain, please. But certainly if counsel would like to do that, you may do that. I'll say it to them as they leave, Mr. Cruz, if you'd like me to. Sure.
I'm just shocked.
But everyone else needs to remain. Thank you. And again, there's no filming, as media has, obliged the court. Thank you, of any of the jurors. Thank you very much.
I'm shocked.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you leave, if counsel would like to speak with you and you would like to speak with them, you may. Otherwise, you are all free to go. Thank you for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't hear me, if you would like to speak to any of the counsel, if they'd like to speak with you, it is up to you whether you'd like to. You may. Otherwise, you are free to go. Thank you all for your service. And counsel, you may leave to do that, and then we're going to be back on the record for a few other matters.
In this case, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I mean, a hung jury, I could have understood. Hung jury. I can understand the hung jury. I can't understand the guilty. It's what we discussed this morning. People can't get over the DNA aspect. People just can't understand it. They don't understand it, and they can't get over that one thing. And we covered it this morning when we said about Twitter. People said, but how did the DNA get into her? If, So it's the DNA. It goes back to what we spoke about this morning and about what Twitter had. The people that believe that he is guilty all said the same thing. Explain how the DNA got there then. Explain how the DNA got there then. If it wasn't from him being in the house, then how was it there? I think this is probably one of the closest trials I've seen where people, I know I saw a post on Twitter where the majority of people said not guilty in this trial. From law and crime and all that. So I can't believe it. Yes, they can appeal it, but you know what? It's going to take years upon years upon years. The judge, everything's going to be scrutinized. The prosecutors are high-fiving. And I just think there's a lot of injustice here. Man. I honestly don't know what to say. I'm disgruntled, I'm disappointed, I'm scared, this is your justice system. A DA, well, not even the DA, it starts off with investigators who pinned it on Edrick before we even started. They're praying now. We'll give a moment for him, he's praying. If you're religious, do a little prayer for him as well. As we all said, we'd rather have 100 guilty people on the street than one innocent person in prison. I don't know who killed Tara, I just know that this is not justice. This is your judicial process right now, and it's, wow. I am completely gobsmacked. Completely gobsmacked. Wow. Well, the other factor you got to remember about is this as well. I don't know if his defense was pro bono or if he'd pay for it. Like, he might not even be able to afford an appeal. He might have to get a court-appointed attorney, potentially.
Are going to talk about sentencing. We're not going to do it today. And I have a plan in place, but I want to hear from counsel as to their availability. I'm looking at my calendar, and this is a busy week here for our court, but Thursday afternoon at 3 o'clock seems to be the best time for this court. But I'll hear from both sides to see what their schedule is.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then Mr. Cruz, I'll ask you. Let me just wait to hear from them, and then we'll go to you.
Thursday at 3 p.m. is fine with the state, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Hill, how's Thursday at 3 o'clock? All right. We will see all counsel and Mr. Faust Thursday at 3 o'clock. Mr. Faust, you're on custody. Court is adjourned.
Okay. What was it? I didn't even see the date. I don't even know what the date was.
How's Thursday at 3 o'clock?
Thursday at 3 p.m. is fine with the state, Your
All
Honor.
right. Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Hill, how's Thursday at 3 o'clock? All right. We will see all counsel and Mr. Faust Thursday at 3 o'clock.
Okay, just set the stream up for Thursday at 3 o'clock. I'm just mind blown. I'm just mind blown by it. Sad day, people. Sad day today. So, man, I don't think I've ever been so sad about a trial. I think life, GLK, I think life without parole. I think he was offered 25 years. He turned it down. So I believe it's life without parole. The rest of his life basically could be in prison. Fuck. Up to, I should say. I mean, there's discretion. She could probably make it less and stuff, but wow. I am... No, it's not death penalty. There's not death penalty on this. It's not death penalty. It's just life without parole is his max. I really don't. I would love to hear from these jurors. And I understand there's a lot of stuff for appeals, I get it, but just think there's appeals will take years upon years and upon years upon years upon years, and there's still no guarantee of it. If you ever question the judicial process ever, then I question everything. Do you know what I mean? It was Zach 2.0. I agree. It's Zach 2.0. I'm just. I think I just lost all trust in society. I've lost. I really don't know. If this is guilty, then No one's got any hope, people out there. Where everyone's fucked. If this could be found guilty, we're all fucked. Wow. I just honestly don't even know what to say or do or anything. I am just gobsmacked. And again, it comes down to DNA. I believe it all comes down to DNA. What else could it be? There's literally nothing putting him in there. There's literally nothing putting him at the house. It's literally that DNA in the mouth. That is not semen or anything. This is welcome to your, especially you Americans, welcome to your judicial system. I don't believe he had a fair trial. I don't. I think that the prosecution, in similar ways to Zach, they just put stuff in there that wasn't even truthful. Do you know what I mean? In closings and stuff like that. Just another case that is, wow. I believe, lovely, they must have believed the investigator. They must have believed that it would have been reasonable for Chris's DNA to be in there, but not Edrick's. They must have believed that the papers out there around that DNA does not stay in the anus for more than 3 days is false. They must have believed that some key testimony was false. They must have believed everything that they said. But the only one thing they had was that DNA in the mouth. They decided to discard everything else. I also don't believe that they believed what the defense was selling about Chris. I think they believed that it wasn't possible for him to be there based on the timeline. So that tells me that they believed on everyone else's timelines. The DNA was so strong that they couldn't believe on anything else. They couldn't get past anything else. They asked to look at the timeline, which they did, on a time for Chris yesterday. So they must have looked at that and said, well, it wasn't possible for him to have been in Georgia in the time frame. So they would have discarded, I can only imagine they would have discarded Chris, everything negative about Chris, they would have discarded because the timeline didn't fit around the crime. That must have played heavily in their deliberations, which then means the only thing that discrepancy for them was the DNA of Edrick in her mouth. So the defense weren't allowed to put on evidence that she was allegedly in Athens the night before. So the jury were made to wait and made to think, how did it get there then? Even though it's not up to them to think about how we got there, it's about what the state proved. But they are humans and they will always think about how. How then? But I don't understand how we get to a beyond a reasonable doubt. Even if you thought he broke in, wouldn't that be a case of you still got reasonable doubt? In the sense they could have did something together. I don't know. You got to think that he literally strangled her, killed her, did everything, left no DNA, left no fingerprints, no nothing, no hairs, no anything. But people, unfortunately, there are some juries that place a lot. Like we seen in this chat, some people in the chat said before they're waiting for the defense to see what they say, but it's not. It's not about the defense. They don't have to say anything. They have nothing to prove. It's all on the state. I've never been like when this happened to Zach. He was the first trial I ever covered. Like I was sad, but I wasn't this sad. I mean, I think because I was, I was unaware about how. I was like, well, they got it wrong, but he'll get an appeal as soon as possible, and it'll be, it'll be sorted. This just feels different. I'm just like, I'm done with it all. I'm so despondent by everything. This is not what trials are supposed to be like. This is not what judges are supposed to behave like. This is not what DAs, prosecutors are supposed to behave like. You should be only bringing stuff to court if you truly believe everything. Everything should be submitted. There should be no objections for anything coming in. If it's legal and it's been proven, then it should come in and you should be able to cross it in depth and showcase. He wanted to showcase that they never looked at Chris. The defense want to show that they never looked at Chris because other suspects were fully investigated, their cars were investigated, their houses were investigated. Chris had none of that. The appeal process, if he gets one, is going to take years. It's going to take absolute years to be seen. So, an innocent man, another innocent, I should say, not innocent man, another innocent man will be in prison for several years before it can be appealed. And even with an appeal, it's so hard to overturn stuff because what happens, judges side themselves. Judges always side themselves. This is why she didn't allow Attorney Cruz to put stuff on record. She didn't want to put anything on record purely because it would not play well in appeal for her. So despondent. And imagine we feel like this. Imagine how Edrick feels. I know, he will have come into this trial knowing that this was a possibility. Just looking at what's being said on Twitter. It says that, well, somebody said, I'm not sure how true this is, the jury didn't speak to Cruz, so the jury wouldn't speak to him allegedly. That's just from somebody on Twitter. I don't know how true that is. Man, I'm Fuck! I can't even press end stream. I'm just like a zombie right now. I'm just fucking like a zombie. I'm fucking pissed. I'm pissed off. I don't get it. Why the fuck have we got a judicial system like this? Like how? I mean, I get it, right? If this was a hung jury, I get it, right? I get it. I can understand if there's two idiots on the panel like that would say no, the DNA, we can't get over the DNA. I would get that. I would be like, okay, I understand that. I was prepared for a hung jury. I was prepared for it. I thought it might be 10-2. 10 not guilty, but I cannot believe you get 12 fucking stupid people. And I hate to say that about jury because the jury obviously impartial or supposed to be, and they're supposed to evaluate all the evidence and come to a conclusion, obviously, and in their minds they've done their job. Bullshit. And I also give them a little bit of leeway that they didn't get to hear everything. So I put a lot of blame on the prosecution, corrupt as fuck, and the judge, corrupt as fuck. They left so much stuff out that the jury didn't get to hear. But how? How can you find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt when there's no evidence of him ever entering the house? Of him ever... Like, there's missing evidence. There's missing evidence. And the jury is saying we don't care about the missing evidence. I don't know if there's any... I'm not sure. We will not hear from the jurors. We will not hear from the jurors. Let me check. I don't think there's any press conference. Let me just double check. I don't think there will be. I'm flabbergasted. Hang on, let me just double check something. No, I can't see anything. You can't. Yeah, you can't. So look, we can't. Once you put it in the jury's hands, you just never know, right? So fine. I'm just like, we know how much stuff is in there that the judge and the DA hid from everybody. That's what's disgusting me. I also can't believe that they don't question more stuff because how can you believe everything? But it's the DNA. Just this is why any case with DNA you're gonna have to bring your own experts in to explain it more. You're gonna have to explain DNA better to people because people don't get DNA. They don't get it. They just don't get it. And like, I don't profess to get it, but what I do get is there was no semen. There was nothing in this case against Edrick. That's why it bothers me so much. There's a lot more evidence pointing towards Chris than Edrick. But again, it goes back to what the investigator kept banging on about. Well, we expect to see Chris's, DNA on her. We expect to see Chris's hairs on her naked body. What? But I thought he wasn't there 10 days previously, or wherever he said. I just don't get it. I don't get how you can get here. The main thing here is, even if you thought his DNA was there and he thought, how did it get there? That doesn't circumvent every other testimony, every other single piece of evidence in this trial. They just gone, fuck it. His DNA is inside her mouth. How does he get there? We don't care. Fuck everything else. Chris, it's not possible for Chris to be there. So the timeline doesn't work. The DNA, yeah, it's got to be Chris. 300 gazillion, whatever it was, it must be Chris. I can't put all the blame on the jury. I can't put all the blame on them being stupid, you know, because they can only analyze what they analyze. You know, the DNA was a major sticking point. We all knew that going in. They should have made a bigger deal from it. There should have been an expert on the defense that would have come in. I mean, the one thing I will say is that the Edrick can't possibly go down the route of insufficient counsel, possibly. I'm flabbergasted. Anyway, I think we're going to leave it there. I got nothing positive to say. What we're going to keep saying, I'm flabbergasted, I'm pissed off, I'm sad, I'm disorientated. Is that a word? I'm sure we'll review this. I'm sure there'll be more stuff about this case because this isn't fair. This is not justice. We have not seen justice here today. Tara and Tara's family probably think that they have seen justice. They haven't. Unfortunately, they're going to be back in court for many years to come, listening to appeals and stuff like that, all because the judge was so poor and the DA was so poor. And I can only imagine how smug the prosecution are right now. And that bothers me a lot. And I know Cruz is really upset. You can tell when, you know, he was there. He is very, very upset. Because he knows that the guy's innocent. Edrick is innocent. And his, you know, it hits harder when you know your client, you know, he's innocent. It hits harder. I do believe, yeah. I think we said that at the time. He needs to explain the DNA better. But again, you know, we also said that he can just rest. But then he was supposed to bring other people into the case, and he wasn't allowed to. So, Ed's girlfriend, thank you very much for the donation. I'm sure the jury was affected by the evident bias from the judge. She overruled practically every one of Crew's objections and none of the states. Totally agree with you. Ed's girlfriend, thank you so much for the super chat, and I totally agree with you. She should hang her head in shame. Her and the prosecution should. Do you know what? They won't. They'll sleep tightly tonight. They will think that they've done the right thing. But we know they haven't. Wow. Okay, we'll end it there then, because as I say, there's nothing more positive coming out of any of this. So, I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm taking the day tomorrow, I think. Unless the trial I want to cover is being shown, but there's some difficulties in that trial, so I'm not sure what's going on. So keep an eye out. But I will be streaming the sentencing on Thursday, even though it's going to be so hard to stream that. So hard to stream that. To listen to these prosecutors and this judge give the sentencing out is going to be super hard to do. Oh man. But I'll try and do it. So yeah, we'll do that. If I don't see you tomorrow, because I don't know if I'm streaming. I don't think I'm streaming, but if the other trial is on, I will, but I don't think it has been live streamed. Rehab just guilty all around. He's been found guilty of all accounts. So, and on Thursday his sentencing is happening. So that's the end of everything. Rehab, basically. So that's it, Patty. We're done with this trial. Sentencing Thursday, 3 o'clock Eastern, which we will cover again and we'll see what happens. So, right, I'm going to try and see where I press the end stream button, and we will, yeah. So I doubt I'll see you tomorrow, people, but I'll see you Thursday, 3 o'clock, for this sentencing, which is going to be tough to watch. It's going to be a tough watch. Anyway, hello, Jake.